Here we go. Welcome back. Good evening. All right. I want to get right back to it. Well, I do want to get right back to it. I feel like every time I get used to playing a game, I'm just so happy to play it again. Yeah. Yes, I want to play more. Okay, so Marana is the last area, if I recall correctly, maybe. Because everywhere else is done. I'm guessing Marana is the last one. Can I begin? Yeah, let's do it. Alright. So this should be the last area, maybe? I'm uncertain. I'm also very impatient because I just want to get started. I really wanted to see this level, so I've been waiting for it impatiently. Curious what the music's gonna sound like. Oh. Oh, this doesn't look friendly. They reused the music from the inside of the temple in Cassandora. Interesting. Ow. They reflavor these guys, that's funny. Interesting. Interesting design. Now the real question is, can I get up there? I think I can, I just don't know how yet. Maybe. We're solid. Yep. Okay, yeah, there's a thing that way. Interesting. That's gonna take a little bit to get back and forth, so I'm gonna need to do that. Ooh, ow. Cool. Oh, why do I have the worst? Oh, yeah, I see. See what I have to do now to get what I want. Oh, geez, that's... okay. Thankfully, I am expert gamer, and I can... Oh, freaking birds. Or bat thing. Ah, the scroll... So the first scroll of the map is all the way at the beginning. I see. I don't think it would be much faster or slower to go take the upper route, so that's fine. That's interesting. That's nice design, though. And it rewards skill and practice, so that's nice. I like that. Now we just gotta move quick. You can't escape me, man. Whoa. These things take a lot of hits, actually. Kind of surprising. Whoa. Definitely learning this game and its and I've definitely learned this game at this point. Nope, not jumping down there yet. Go. I've learned my lesson about a lot of games and how to... Oh, whoops. Forgot the button. I feel like this game and Eternal Darkness have trained me more into more efficiently grasping the internal logic of a game. Like how to handle when a game is arranged in a certain way, I guess. Because the game has this internal logic. Kind of sounds weird to describe it, but basically it's that a game, it's the inside of the game you have internal logic. So when you design a game, it follows its own chain of logic for certain things. Like a great example would be, oh, the puzzles are generally organized in a certain way and levels are based in a certain way because it follows a chain of logic that may or may not be apparent to the player. But to the designer, it's like, oh yeah, of course, this follows this chain of logic. And that's kind of... And getting good at reading that means that when you play a lot of different games, you very quickly adapt to what... Ow. Oh, no! Oh, well, there's a statue. Wait, is that... well, yeah, it's just food. Annoying, but not that big of a loss. Oh, yeah, new guy. Oh, he stabs. I see. Okay. Oh, we'll just leave. We'll just go. It's okay. This area is not too hard, though. Definitely not as hard as some of the other, as the last one we were at, the North Wall. Probably good that we got healing first, then. I don't think, wait. No, I don't think, based on the order, I don't think I could have gotten it one way or the other, but it's very good that I can heal. It's well that I can do that. Oh, hi. Just snakes everywhere. Ah, well, I want to stay up here, so... Yep, there it is. Alright, well that actually turned out pretty nicely. Well, I love this level design, though. I do wonder how much of this was changed from the original. I know I need to play the original at some point. So we'll be probably doing that at some point. I'm not sure when yet, though. No, Nahamaha mentioned it, so I'll have to try it at some point, of course. Just checking something. Ooh, okay. Also gotten a lot faster at being able to handle movement in a game. Being able to determine what's efficient motion and what isn't. Sometimes, though, that goes out the window when you're playing a game and you kind of make a mistake. Like last night with Eternal Darkness, when I accidentally forgot to save for an hour and a half, and I lost like 90 minutes of progress. That was okay. It was a mistake that definitely impressed upon me that I have to remember to save in everything I play. Besides when I'm, you know, the game will not telegraph for me when I should be saving, so... Alrighty. Are we fighting a boss now? Yep. Alright. What are we dealing with? Ooh. Oh, gee. Okay. Big plant monster. Oh, yeah. This thing looks cool. Oh, it's a plant lady. I see. Rafflasher. Oh, like Raffalooza. Okay, that is not doing a whole lot of damage. Ow. Ooh. Sheesh. Ah, I see. I'm gonna swap really quick to health. Ow. Okay. I'm gonna try, the moment that I get out of this, I'm gonna try using... No, wait, whoops. Okay, I'm gonna try using meteors. Maybe meteors will do a lot of damage? Not a whole lot of damage, but... Ow. What is that? Wait, what is this light thing that they summoned? Wait, what is that? What does that do? I was getting jumped by that light thing, and I'm not sure what it was doing, though. At least I get back my resurrection, so that's fine. I've only died once anyway, so that's good. Okay, let me try this again, though. Yeah, that is not doing a whole lot of damage. I see. Oh, I see. I have to wait for her to open herself up. Ow. Blech. Ah, but I also have to not die to that, so that's a little... Jeez, how would you dodge these in the original game? Just keep running around, I guess. So I gotta wait for my chance to use my fire magic. Let's see. Ugh. Okay. Keep running. Okay. I see what I have to do to win. I'm just... I gotta keep shooting. Ugh. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I am out of magic now. I do have the lives for this, but man, that I don't like risking that. That seems really... Oh, why did I do that? Ow. Blech. I did not think that all the way through. Okay, so I think I know... I think at this point, having used my lives accordingly, I think I know how to handle this boss fight now. I just don't... It's definitely coming down to a I need to execute what I've learned at this point. Okay. Careful. Come on, cast magic. I dare you. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Jeez, I'm getting really unlucky with that too. Okay, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. Thankfully, there's those visual cues that tell you when something's about to happen, so that's really helpful. Whew. Oh, I used all my magic. Oh, that's less than stellar. Yeah. There's no real way to regain magic during a boss fight, so... Okay, so I can do this without magic though, so it's not that big of a deal. It's just, ow. Ah! I just couldn't dodge. That's okay. This is fine because now I can spam magic a little bit more. Come on. Just waiting. Waiting ever so patiently for her to do something. Could just keep hitting her. Ow. Oh, nope. Never mind. That's not worth it. Not worth it in my mind. Okay, there we go. Whew. So I did learn something. I just remembered that I put this game on hard. I feel like now remembering that I've done this entire game on hard up to this point, I can be a little proud of myself for being able to handle this. It also makes me wonder if I go back and play this on normal, am I going to be wildly confused by how different it feels? I think difficulty is an interesting thing because when you acclimate to a certain level, you start to really pick up on how things work and and you start optimizing quickly. Not every game's like that, but I think a lot of them are. Where even if you put something at a higher difficulty, you can learn it pretty well. I love this music. Vigilant may remain because they're weak and fragile creatures. Let's safeguard them. Alright, how do the people look here? I'm curious. Oh, I like these designs. These are nice. Marana is a realm of many islands. What little land that borders our settlement has been claimed by the verdant forest. Ancient tradition forbids us from raising hand or blade against these woods, and so our expansion is greatly limited. So we have to... We are the ones who have to clear it. You are anything but powerless. Your miracles shall make short work of these wood ones. Okay, so we can handle this. Let's see. Let's clear this section out. Let's see. Then I think I have to use, yeah, I have to use sun for these ones. And then I'm intrigued how this settlement's gonna pan out, because this is a very different type of place. There we go. And we cleared out a lot of the space, so now we have a lot of room to grow. Oh, hey, what the heck? And so, as effortlessly as the wind casts the morning dew from the boughs above, the verdant woods beneath which Marana slumbered are cast aside by judgment's bolts. No longer empty is this is the house of the Lord. After long absence, you are returned with great fanfare, no less. I am Shamal, and I've come on behalf of the High Priest of the Consecrated Green. Worship not gods, but rather the world itself has natural splendor. Ours is a peaceful religion, extols the first men. Harbor no ill will, and 'twould behoove both our peoples to work together in common cause. Leave you now as you found you, peace, goodwill. A sect that makes no secret of its non-belief in you. So a group that doesn't believe in me, but they respect us. Well, that's nice. Nice enough that they respect us. Okay, so I have to guide them around. Let's see. We can develop really quick. I like the developments at times because it lets me just sit and admire the game for what it is. And of course talk about anything about the game. It's interesting going to this versus, and it's something I think I noticed with Eternal Darkness a lot, was that Eternal Darkness doesn't do a whole lot to make sure that the player and the background are distinct and, you know, separate. Because Eternal Darkness, the only problem I was having playing it regularly in the game was how often I ended up not being able to find the player. Whereas in this game, it's pretty easy to find. Thick woods of Marana can found even those native turwells. The explorer's efforts to survey the woods have been frustrated. He will likely achieve not until settlement expand further. So this guy, so the explorer guy is here now. That's cool. Interesting. But yeah, making sure that the player and their entity is distinct on screen at all times can be sometimes difficult if you're trying to go for a certain aesthetic, but it should be something that should be strived for as much as possible, because if your player doesn't know how to move forward, it's difficult. Good neighbor, to walk the road alone is quite dangerous, but you need not, for the consecrated green shall glad to keep you company. High Priest bless you with the sacred magic of awesome might. You'll be glad of my assistance. So it'd be inappropriate for us to accept. You have your beliefs as we have ours, but are we not siblings of circumstance? Do we not both call Marana our home? These creatures are a threat to every man, woman, and child of these lands. Let's join hands and face them. Okay. My decision. I'm curious what this guy's sacred magic is. Yes. Yeah, ooh. There we go. Trying to think of which one to deal with first. Oh wait, what? What the heck? I just realized that there's gates over here. Wait, what the heck? How do you get over there then? How do you spread over there? Well, that's wild. Interesting. Again, it shows genuinely how much the game can expand itself. But just with like small, simple things. And I think this is one of those examples where, oh hey, there's space over there to explore. What do you mean? How do you get over there? I like that. That's cool. I think this is the only place that does that, so... Okay, gotta move quick. I do have to move a little quickly though, because I don't want to... You don't want to wait too much waste too much time in these areas, so. Uh-oh. Alright, move. Thank you. Move. Actually, let's try this really quick. Ow. I like the meteor spell. I don't know, maybe it's not the most powerful spell in the game in terms of what it can do, but it is a lot of fun. There we go. Ah, that was quick and easy. Oh man, I appreciate good platformers. It's funny because what I saw yesterday with Eternal Darkness, the only thing that I found difficult with it was it was mostly just its brightness. And I understand the game's called Eternal Darkness, but there are certain areas that were just too dark, you know? Just there's a certain point where too much darkness. Your gameplay gets sullied by it, but it's a really good game. Just it plays very nicely too. I think responsiveness is a great part of gameplay. I'm curious what the Consecrate Green is trying to do right now. At least not the sort of skull they're chosen simply for consorting with people of different faiths. I mean, not really. I mean, especially in my own personal life, it's like, yeah, people with different faiths. All right, cool. Most impressive. Doesn't really make sense to throw verbal hands with anybody for just believing something different. Eternal Darkness also had some interesting ideas as well. Stuff that I think went ahead of its time. And it was comparable to Resident Evil too, so it had a lot of interesting stuff going on. Oh. I come before you today in the spirit of camaraderie and friendship with a humble request. The Consecrate Green wishes to build an outpost a short distance from your settlement. A modest temple where our members may take shelter and worship in peace. A temple, you say? We want none for resources or labor, so it would be no burden for you to permit it. Moreover, this outpost would empower us to better aid you in the defense of these lands against wicked fiends. Temple not of our faith is. Trepidation is natural and to be expected. As I said, this is but a request. We will not force the matter. We only want to prove to you the purity of our intentions, that you may come to trust this family. If not in blood, then in spirit. Oh, I like this guy Shamal, but I'm curious to him. Endure the Horde's assault. Oh, not yet. Ugh. Not yet. I do not have the things yet to handle an assault yet. We should. I want to make sure that everything's built up before we start doing that. I like the design of these areas though. Okie doke. So we have slowly building up what we need. Oh, we can't go this way because we need a bridge. Also, I guess topical today, I'll probably talk about it more later, but the Mario movie trailer came out today for those who are in the know. And honestly, initial response, not bad. I think Chris Pratt's gonna be the low end of the movie, but it's not like, given the rest of the movie and how good it is, I don't know if that's gonna be that big of a deal. And some of that might just be because the rest of the movie looks good enough that it could handle it. So I don't know. It doesn't seem like it. You know, there being a low end to the movie is is just horrible. Let's see, inventory. Let's see. I'm gonna cover the 2 entrances this way. And then put down... Oh, I like the blockhouses here. Those look nice. I think I'll do a blockhouse over here. I'd prefer something much closer to the tower, or to the... Prefer something like this, so I don't have to worry so much. I have to adjust the... I have to adjust everything, but this is fine. Okay. I think this is good, but I'm very uncertain. Thrill of the treasure hunt. Wield miracles to clear overgrown forest and expand the dominion. Oh, well, I could get this too. Alright, I think we're mostly good for this battle. I don't think there's anything else I can do at this point. I appreciate the different designs they do. This is something that I don't think... I wonder how many people look into a game and say, that the designs of characters and... Specifically when they dress up the, like, NPCs. That's kind of what I think would be the more, like, interesting section would be. How often do games dress up NPCs and make them really nice? Because sometimes games just kind of making it, like, certain RPGs make the NPCs kind of just, oh, they exist, it's fine. They're not super worried about making them look nice. I don't know, I like that this game has gone out of its way to make an effort to make really nice looking NPCs. I think once... Yep, there we go. Probably wait a moment and, yeah, get a less expensive one. There we go. Yeah, this is not that hard of a fight. I'm not gonna jinx it though. I don't wanna mess myself up with this. Okay. Oh geez, that gatehouse went down. Oh. Let me just do that really quick. Okay. Yikes. Okay, so increases potency of bonus effects provided by ally. Oh, that's what they meant. That's what. Okay, that's what. I think that's what. Unless I'm mistaken, I think that's what. Who was it? I think the Hamaha mentioned that Taya boosts everybody. Okay. I'm gonna bring Migrana first. Or wait, no. Let's bring. Just because we need more range damage. And then I'll bring Taya next. So I think that, yeah, this is the call. Definitely the play. Okay. Now bring Taya. There she is. There's our favorite girl. Alright. Tiny Archer Girl, go. And now with the abilities, these three should be okay. Bell of Beckoning. There are actually very few places I can put anything. It's just kind of surprising. Let's see, let's put Daniela over here. And Taya's gonna go up here. Interesting that they designed it this way, where you have... It's the map design that intrigues me, because the way that they organize the map is intriguing, especially with how it affects the gameplay. So, because of the map design for this tower defense stuff, you end up with a lot of interesting combat puzzles based on how you have to set up your characters and optimize getting this to work as you intend. So far, this seems to be working okay, though. My throat's a little scratchy still. I don't know what the deal is with that. Apologies. Seems like we're almost there, though. Okay. At least I think so, but I'm uncertain. I'll move Shamal here, I guess. Gotta worry about putting Shamal anywhere too close to the enemy. We got... Oh, that just... Alrighty. That works. Thankfully, how this is set up is really effective, because the putting a bell beckoning right here just kind of covers all of the major routes. That works for me. Can I put down... Can't really put them down anywhere else, though. At least this is working out. I think designing a tower defense game must be really difficult, because you have to consider how do you make something harder, and not even just how you make something harder, but also how to make it easier, because having a good understanding of the dial that and what makes a game harder and easier is important. Because with tower defense, making it harder and easier is having multiple pathways for enemies to come through, adding new types of enemies that have different, things. There's a lot more to it. And similarly, when we saw with other areas in this game, the areas got easier and harder based on the complexity of the map you have to deal with, or with new puzzles that you have to understand. Like with North Wall, the problem was that you had only so many different places you could build in. So that's difficult to work in. This one, the challenge is how do you build proper defenses in a small area? Because these areas are relatively small to each other. Oh. Lord in the wilds of Marana, all manner of plant and herbs. As we strike deeper in the forest, we may discover rare varieties of potent medicinal properties that may be used to develop better treatments for injuries and disease both. Population were to grow greater, we'd have more helping hands which to find and harvest these precious plants. Yeah, alright, so this is where I needed to go to find the medicine for... this is the medicine for... my brain just turned off as the name of it. Desert. That's really dumb of me. Sorry. The names are not cemented in stone yet in my head. I know Bloodpool and Fillmore and... Oh. Well, that was easy. By your sage guidance, we have grown in number and multiplied. Our new comrades have formed foraging parties and returned to the bounty of the wood. These valuable herbs are rare and precious, however, and we decide we will only take which we require. And we definitely need those herbs for Karando, so... I'm sure later we're gonna get what we need for that side quest, so... I also like how they do side quests in this game. Side quests are nice, but... Yeah, the tower defense section, I think, and the resource management, this is something that's not... It's not directly apparent how difficult it is to make it good. There's power that much is playing for it exerts an influence that ensures monsters give it a wide berth. The Consecrate Green thrives. Perhaps they do indeed walk a grace affinity, but there's but one god we hold in the highest. Now go to the next layer of the Fiends. Consecrate Green will assist us before, for which we are blessed. Pray unto you for a glorious victory. Hey, sweetie, how's it going today? Let's see. Yep, take that. I'm hoping that either I don't want to say I hope this game is over, because I don't want to put that down, but I do hope that this game, I hope we can see what the end game of this game is going to feel like. It's mostly just because I want to see what the end of this is. Pretty well. I have tomorrow off, so I'm not complaining. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty well. I kind of have tomorrow off as well. Not exactly. It's kind of dubious because I work for myself, so it's kind of different. But I'm gonna be taking tomorrow to clean up and do a bunch of other stuff because I have to prep the house and stuff. I got some stuff, but yeah, I'm doing good. And this week I've gotten to play a lot of games that I really like, so it's been nice. Eternal Darkness was fun yesterday, and I was really grateful to get to play it. It is a very silly game, though, in certain respects. Let's see. Now, there we go. By your divine hand, may this devil's device be destroyed. I'm gonna go mess it up. It is funny because yesterday with playing Eternal Darkness, I lost an hour of progress because I forgot to save, and I died. So I got sent back to when I saved, which was rough. But it was funny how quickly I made it back because I was able to get through it. I think twice as fast. Ow! Oh wait, no, that doesn't hurt. That's right. Ooh. It's good that you get to have tomorrow off. I think days off give us something to look forward to, and it's always nice. We all need something to look forward to. And today's good. Today's a good one. It's been nice. For some reason, though, the last couple days, my throat's been kind of scratchy. But not like, oh, it hurts. It's just more of a... I keep trying to hit my higher register of talking, and my voice just kind of cracks when I hit it. I don't know why. It just... I imagine it's allergies, but... It's weird. I didn't used to have allergies. Now being in my 20s, it's like, oh, hey... Your body now can do that. I'm like, please stop. Please stop getting allergies. The lair is no more. The triumph we owe in great part to our neighbors. Not once has Shamal attempted to push his faith onto others. 'Tis we who have broached the subject to ask questions, all which he has answered with kindness and candor. Eloquent, sweet speakers, words touch the heart, and whose belief he espouses are not too dissimilar to our own. Express the desire to learn more. Say this silver tongue crackers knack for winning over others would be a great understatement. Mine has been that way, but I think it's because I've used nose spray a couple nights this week. Yeah, I always figure that it's a... I figure it's just something of a seasonal shift, and that's what it is. And that happens. I can't really be like, oh, it's, you know, I can fix it. It's like, ah, well, just time will fix it. It's okay. It's definitely one of those physical body issues where it's like, ah, well, time will fix it. That's okay. I think also this week playing the variety has definitely making me recognize how blessed I am to have a variety of games to play. It's getting clear, so sinus changes. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Where it's just because of the season shift. It's also because I live near a lot of forest. All the stuff that gets kicked up when you have a bunch of leaves falling. No, that stuff really can. It can really, it can really annoy your sinuses and stuff. So, yeah. I had the thought to throw in a bit of lime juice in my water when I'm having it. So, and that seems to help quite a bit. To whom do I have the honor of speaking? The right hand of Roy, the Lord of Light. An angel, the embodiment of compassion and nobility. It's quite rare for you to reveal yourselves to humans, much less to heretics such as I. Here you am, and there you are. Unperturbed. The faithless are generally shocked to learn that we servants do indeed exist. You misunderstand me, good angel. I do not deny the existence of you nor your master. 'Tis simply that, in the course of our daily lives, we of the consecrated green look not to a distant deity, but the earth between our 2 feet. While we esteem a god that rarely if ever intercedes in our affairs, we think our attention better devoted to those in whom we share this world. I may aid one another and together strengthen our community. Man must endeavor to help himself and his kin, must he not, to leave the world better than he found it. Nay, it's true that the morals should aspire first to prove their law on their own. On that point, we are in agreement. I apply your sense of responsibility to your fellow man. World's under siege by the Dark Lord Tanzra and his minions. The best of men are no match for the forces of primordial evil. The horde approaches. Ah, I see. That is your desire. Till next we meet then. I shall endeavor not to keep you waiting overlong. Not go according to plan. I swear that cleric is quick and nimble with his words as master swordsman. It's interesting that he's considered a cleric, though. Let's see. Alright, so... I have not built a new fort yet, so I need to do that. Have you been playing a lot of horror games? I've been playing thankfully I'm blessed to have a fine gamut. I have a lot of different games to play this year. Let's see. I think I'm gonna want to replace this house because this seems like something I should do. Yeah, let's do it. Can I upgrade these? I can. That's pretty solid. Okay. And I need to blow up a lot of stuff because I want to make sure that everything is as efficient as I can. Haven't yet. There are a few things I want to try on VR. Oh man, VR horror games are... Those scare me a little bit, but they're also very interesting because, man... I know I own Phasmophobia and I have the VR, you know, I can play VR with it, but... I haven't really played much of Phasmophobia for a while now since I got it. That was a long time ago. I'm gonna kind of clean the slate and let everything reset. Because once everything rebuilds, then it'll be far more efficient than it was before. There we go. I've heard a lot about it. I haven't tried it. I heard it's better with a group. I think Phasmophobia is one of those ones that absolutely is better with a group. I know that Devil Flory comes by a lot and says that I need to play Phasmophobia all the time, and I'm like, I like it. It's just not my... It's very difficult to play by myself, and I more often than not stream by myself, so it's possible test number one, find several people to play with. I have had that feeling when I try to run D&D, and yeah, trying to run Dungeons & Dragons and having to organize people is, yeah. Oh, man. I had to recently halt the campaign I was running because I wasn't able to get this everybody in the door and get things to work properly. The trouble was that I was trying to write a campaign that, you know, required the players to be there, so it's difficult when if a player doesn't show up a lot and you have to kind of just wait and hope that they all show up, so difficult, but it's a worthwhile endeavor to get to do stuff like that, but it's also like, it can be stressful if constantly trying to corral people into a game is not fun to do that, so it can be difficult. Also a few horror game worlds in VR chat that I heard about. Interesting. I remember I've tried VR chat now and then. I should definitely try it more but I know that since that one update happened that people got mad with it, I know a lot of people stopped playing it, but I might need to check it out sometime again. I only know 2 people who play VR also. I do know that the nice thing about Phasmophobia is you don't necessarily have to all be using VR. So that's kind of nice. So if somebody doesn't want to use VR, then you don't all have to. And that's actually kind of a nice system that they have. I do know joining a game in VR is difficult, though. There we go. Okay, all the forts are upgraded. And I think we're good on everything else. Just play casually, so I didn't notice anything that impacted my gameplay. Yeah, it's intriguing how VR has been implemented, because I think it's not as big as people thought it was going to be, and but it's not as intrusive either, because I don't see a lot of people who play VR regularly talking about it being like taking over certain games and genres. So that's nice. As somebody who really likes looking into video games, I remember my college was really we really wanted to do VR stuff, and I could not be bothered, honestly. I think it's fun and I think it's cool, but I am much more an ardent fan of playing games on screens and doing it that way. And those are the games I want to make, so it's kind of a... It definitely reflects in the games I make as well, where the way that I organize myself tells me what kind of games I want to make. Bridge building. Okay, so we can build bridges if we settle this. Okay. But I did work in I had to make the website for a game in college. Mostly it's just nice to hang out with people who aren't physically near you, but I prefer playing actual solo PC or console. Yeah, that's about where I'm at right now. I like playing multiplayer games with my friends, you know, like the ones I know personally, and but most of the time if I'm gonna pick up a video game, it is usually I will most often pick up a single player game. Let's see. Can I set up a Bell of Beckoning? I'm gonna set 1 and 2. There we go. Hey Nama, how's it going? I do like the VR games for being able to hang out with people, though. That is a really nice touch for it, though. But I did work on, in college, I worked on the website for a game project. My favorite area. I like this area so far. It's been really cool. And the Shamal has been an interesting NPC. I do like him. Or them? I don't know what they are yet. I think they're a guy. Yeah, it is a guy. I just... A very, very androgynous look. But I do appreciate them. Oh, he exploded. Can you stop doing that? Oh, sir. There we go. I like this area a lot, though. But I worked on that website, and it was... Oh, geez, he's just been sitting here. Why? I didn't even move him. That's really bad of me, actually. Okay. Should definitely... That will probably help a lot now. Okay. Let me bring Migrana to deal with the ground guys first, because I want to increase the speed. And then I'll bring Taya to help out with that. But I worked on a website, and they were making a VR game, and I actually asked to be put on the web design side because I kind of preferred that. All right, and now Taya. There we go. Go get him. Shamal should go up here. There we go. Alright, now things are looking a little bit better. There we go. Sometimes I forget that Migrana is just a beast among Chads, and just not enough to invoke, but hey, look. Anybody who's not doing anything. There we go. At least things are picking up really quickly, though, because we're moving really quickly through this now. But yeah, I think if somebody ever asked me if I wanted to work on a VR game, I'd probably be trepidatious about it. I don't think I'd say no outright. I would just be like, hey, solid maybe. I don't know. You know, it'd just be more of a, you know, give me time to think about it kind of thing, rather than then I'd be, you know, directly on it right away kind of thing. That is definitely more just because of the kind of games I like making more than anything. And Shamal back up here. There we go. At least Shamal's really quick, so that's cool. Ooh. What do you guys prefer, though? You guys, is there anybody in right now that would prefer VR for certain things? I think there are some games that VR could do much better than traditional screens. And I think the main one to me is puzzle games. Like stuff like Phoenix Wright, or something like Phoenix Wright in VR would be really fun, where you're doing like the crime scenes, and doing stuff like that in VR would be fun. That'd be really cool. Difficult, but cool. But I don't know. Throw a good angel for a forced suspender conversation. You assure me that men were powerless to stand against Tanzra's minions, that only the almighty Lord alike could defeat this terrible foe. True, then should we conclude the wiser course of action to wait and pray for our Lord to send from on high and deliver us from evil? Such logic will avail us not, I think. Be it through calamities or horde, sickness or war, the evil one persistent in his vendetta. Devout reward with peace today will invariably face renewed hardship tomorrow. Having failed to overcome on their own before, we'll hope that they have future survival. Better to face present birds with the presumption that the divine which is not forthcoming. That man will only endure if he acts as the instrument of his own deliverance. Interesting. But in the Lord of Light, one must have faith. My response, you do not dispute any of the points I put forth. I am joyed that we could find common ground. Well, certainly would. We are not enemies of you and your master, not now or ever, I am sure. Pray you will regard us from your lofty perch with the self-same care and consideration. Room escape ones? Yeah, see, that would also be one that I think would be... That's one that I think VR does far better. Knowledge of the arguments are reasonable, well thought out, but that makes them no less infuriating. No one cares more deeply than... The angel is definitely other people when I come in. I have had times where I think through an argument and I portray my facts. This is reasonable, where you're just frustrated because you're not wrong, but I get that. This may continue to watch over them. I will. Then I will follow your lead and keep a close eye on them as well. Tete-a-tete, head-to-head. I see. I like that. I think escape rooms are a fantastic one for VR. There's some game types that I don't think work very well for it, and I think this might be the most surprising one, but first-person shooters are one of those ones that can be very hit or miss. Because if you make a good first-person shooter in VR, it feels really nice. But if you have any little thing that messes up, man, you feel it fast. You can feel it if something's wrong. There's actually, what was it? It was, I think it was Pavlov. And I don't know why the game does this, but when I got the game, not super recently, but I got it when I first got my VR headset, and I remember I was trying to aim with it, and it would lock the gun in place when you're trying to aim, which, well, helpful for some things was really annoying because I couldn't aim properly. And it was just, man, difficult as heck to try and figure things out. But yeah, that's one of those ones where I think the medium works against it, where the developers trying to make it an easier system for aiming inadvertently caused a problem, because they made a system so that, you know, you could lock things in, but having it on by default was very awkward and clumsy. So I'm not really against it. It's just more yeah, this is weird, and it can be very hit or miss if first-person shooters are done bad. But I definitely will prefer games like this, or at least for games on either with a controller or on. I think keyboards are. I think I've definitely come around to. Oh hi, I've definitely come back around. I've definitely come around on using keyboards. Oh boy, that's gonna be. Okay. The fact they put for the boss from the first act in this area. This is pain. This is pain. Oh, so I did throw down earlier on my Twitter. I talked about that. I wanted to talk about the Mario movie trailer because I thought, you know, it's video game related and it's an interesting you know, current event. And I'm wondering what you guys think. Has anyone else seen that trailer yet? Because, man, it's interesting. There's actually a fair bit to talk about with it, despite it being, you know, barely 2 minutes of a movie at all, like just 2 minutes. But has anyone seen it yet? Came out today. And it's an interesting trailer from what I've seen already. Helping see the lair sealed, your children have grown more confident, resilient. They may now oppose the enemy more vigorously. All right, so we can get another fort. So that's good. Marana, our return safe and sound. Every excursion, one comes to deliver a report, but this time could be even more. Even these most devout of your children have fallen under the sway of the consecrate green. Which movie? I didn't hear that part. Oh, the Mario Brothers movie. Sorry, the Mario Brothers movie had a trailer today. Sorry, I don't know if I said it properly. But the Mario Brothers movie had a trailer come out recently. By recently, I mean today. Very, very recently, the Super Mario Brothers movie had a trailer. Gonna have to get used to Bowser speaking. I do think that for what they've done, the voice is pretty good. Let's see, Mage House. I think I'm gonna put that up here. Do something like that. That looks nice. Let's see. How do you move? It says move the earth, but oh no, I haven't. I'll check it out. I saw the movie back in the 90s. Oh yeah, it is funny that the 90s movie is definitely one that I think is on people's minds. Especially with what happened, but the new trailer though, for what it's worth, I actually think from what I saw, from what was there, it was different. Yeah, it was very different. It was an experiment in what was possible, and some movies are best left in the past. I drain marshlands and melt snowdrifts. Extinguish fires and restore parched earths. Smite natural impediments. Summon. Bring indiscriminate destruction to the earth below. Intriguing. Okay, so this one's CG, not live action. Yes. It has a... I think it's one of the few times I've seen an Illumination movie that I wasn't quite frustrated with the visuals. Aw. A single soul has come to worship, and now the fiends yet again come yet again to lay siege to settlement. But look at there. The consecrate green gather, fight, and defense of people. Then there's not for us to stand back and watch, is there? Oh wait, and I think from what I saw of it, I forgot to upgrade Shamal, so that's a bit awkward. That's okay, he doesn't deserve it. That's mean. But the only thing that I thought was off was maybe Chris Pratt's Mario voice. But that is also a complaint I've seen that a lot of people have. But to me specifically, it's the fact that the rest of the movie is so well done, and then just having Chris Pratt's Mario voice be this weird low point in the comparison. Not necessarily a bad thing, just odd. For being honest, just odd. It's definitely more an oddity than anything. And even then, it's not even that we know enough to say it's horrible, it's just off. Let's see, I want to put down... Okay, well, leave that for now. Oh, geez, that does a lot of damage. Okay. Well, that's not going to help much, but... Maybe... Oh, you know what I could do? Pull them this way. And I think I think Bowser's definitely kind of the high point for everybody right now, because Bowser's absolutely, like... I think they did a really good job with that. Let's see. kind of have to... Yeah, there we go. Ooh, yikes. Let's see, Shamal, get up here and help, because this is rough. But it's... And the visuals, though, look really, really nice. And the way that the game... That the movie, rather. It's a game-based movie, though, so... Important to distinguish, though, that it is game-based writing, game-based fiction, so... It's good to take a look at it from that lens. Bowser looks amazing. Yeah, I think so, too. And I think the only thing that makes Mario stand out more on that respect, it is because of the fact that Bowser is so well done that Mario being kind of awkward and being kind of not right is much more noticeable because of it. I think that's kind of why Bowser... That's probably why Bowser is so awkward. Or not Bowser. That's probably why Mario is so awkward, because everything else is really good. You know what I mean? Where... Because one thing is extremely well done, the rest of it kind of feels weird. Let's see. I think I'm gonna bring Daniela for... Wait, no. Daniela would be... That's not helpful. Let's try Alonzo. And I think that's maybe why Mario has been really kind of talked down on in that respect, because of... And it might be a big part of it could very well be because of the nature of... Because Bowser looks really, really good, the environments look cool. The mushrooms look like I could reach into my screen, snatch them out, use his pillow. It looks so good. Yeah, see, exactly. And that's... I think that's why I'm kind of... Why I think... that's probably why Mario feels so weird. Like, the character Mario, not just the movie, but... I think that's probably why he feels so weird. Because everything else around him looks really, really good. And then when you look at... When you look at Mario himself, it's kind of like, oh, he kind of looks weird. And that's the kind of thing that I think affects people's perception of the character. Because the rest of the movie's fantastic. It's just this weird little, like, weird spot in the middle of it, right? And I do not have the SP to handle this. Yikes. That's not good. I think we're gonna lose. We might lose. We might lose. Oh no. We might lose. Ah! Yep, okay. Ah! No, I will not reattempt, because I also forgot to use the books, which... Yeah, definitely would have helped. Definitely would have helped. Okay. Other thing I'm gonna do, though, is... Well, I could probably just relocate this and put it somewhere better. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna demolish this. And then build a... I want a blockhouse this time instead. I'm gonna put it... Yeah, put it here. Or... Now we can put it here. This is okay. There we go. Upgrade. There we go. That's nice. There we go. But that's something I think they probably... Because... Something I did notice, though, that maybe is something that it's because I've been keeping track of the movie. I did hear a rumor that the Mario Brothers movie had a bit of trouble, specifically in that I think it was either a test screening or something happened and Nintendo basically said start over, or they scrapped a lot of things. So I'm wondering if that's how true that is, but if it is true, then I'm curious how much of the movie was basically scrapped for that. But I think they did a tasteful trailer, because they definitely could have... They absolutely could have made the trailer very cringy or awkward, and instead they focused on showing a good section of the movie and just had fun with it. Which I think is a very important way to show a movie. Because they really could have just done one of those stereotypical Illumination-style trailers, and it could have been really awkward and cringy. I'll send Shamal down here for now. Oh, wait, no. Keep him up here. I think I can handle this. Yeah, there we go. That'll be easy. And I think that's kind of sums up my thoughts on the movie, though. It's just everything looks really good except Mario. And that's not even, and he's not even that bad. It's just, he's just weird. Just kind of awkward. Get rid of these guys. Hopefully we can handle this quicker. Okay, let's see. I am half tempted to bring Migrana just to... Well, let's bring Taya first. We'll put Taya... Put Taya here for now. But not every... Not... And I also think that it's also still a movie very much in progress, so I'm not... Just like with games in progress, seeing something before its final release is kind of... you know, maybe it'll be better by the time it comes out. Who knows? You never really know some of that stuff. So, some of that you just have to wait and see and give it a chance. Thankfully, it's not as bad as the first pass on the Sonic movie, because that was legendarily bad. Okay, I'm gonna wait a moment, and there we go. Excellent. There we go. Okay. Heroes. Let's see. Trying to think of who to bring in now. I'm gonna bring Alonzo again, but this time, since we're stronger, this should be better. I think this should work better, but we'll find out. I'm a bit uncertain as to if it'll be better or not, but we'll see. I definitely think I made a better first move decision this time. Okay. Wait. Hold. Okay. There we go. That's much better. I think I did a better job with this one, with this battle, because now last servants of the Horde come, and let's see where they come from. The two top sections. Got it. Ew. Should be better this time. I've definitely learned that of the things that I've finally figured out what I'm really good at, and it's not even that I'm good at anything in specific. It's that I've mastered learning things. And that's kind of the best thing that's the thing I'm best at, is learning. Which seems like a weird skill to have, but it does mean that I'm very good at picking up skills, which is nice, because it means that I can learn things easy. Let's see. I'm uncertain what to do about all this. Okay. Maybe this will help. I don't have the SP to handle this. Uh-oh, wait. Hang on. Put this down. Okay, good. Draw them all in, please. Thank you. Oh, man, that... Yeah, that... Ooh. Okay, I think this means I win no matter what. Unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, he's dead. Okay. Whew. That was almost tough. Also, the voice for Bowser, now thinking about it, for the Super Mario Brothers movie, the voice of... But the, my brain just shut off reading all that, but, I was expecting more Jack Black in Bowser's voice, but they didn't do that, which I think was definitely a reason why a lot of people probably clung to him, because the voice is really important. Aha! That explains a lot. What is miasma black as pitch? Feeling well, suddenly and terribly. Mist reeks of wicked magic. It saps strength those it touches. Ah, I see! That's right, your children are in danger. The source of the foul mist looks to be the temple of the consecrated green. I will blow it up. I got this. There we go. The lesser powers of the sun and her rays will not serve the banished black miasma. Greater, more intense concentration may be required. Let's try that. Kind of worrisome that nothing's working. Oh, no, there it goes. But that backdrop looks really nice. What benevolent force freed us from its grasp? Yeah, hi! Still here. You have a miracle of the Lord of Light to thank for the blessed fresh air you now breathe. It would be remiss of you not to express your sincerest gratitude to your Savior Divine. Black mist upon which everyone here choked to death came from your temple. Why is that, Shamal? I believe you also saw an explanation. For its essence was that of the adversary. It was another avenue of attack of Shamal's of Tanzra's minions. The remaining layers of this land. They must be sealed up for the delay. You'll excuse me. Shamal must be made to answer for this and everything else when he returns. I feel like this area is definitely one now that I'm seeing that it's definitely got to be. Wait, how do I get up there? Wait, how do I get up there? Wait a minute, wait. What the? Whoa! Whoa! Nahamaha! Nahama got subscribed in by Sweetie Bear gifting a sub. Oh, Sweetie. Oh, it's very kind of you. Yeah, that's very kind of you. My goodness. Oh, thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Oh, I felt it. My cheeks flushed. I can't remember. When was the last? I feel like it's whenever. I feel like now it's like whenever one of you guys subscribes, I like. It's like. I'm flustered. I apologize. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Oh my goodness. How do I? Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. Nahama, I hope you can thank Sweetie for that, because that's really kind. Most generous. How do I get up there? How do I get up there? Wait a minute. Can I? Oh. Yeah, I see them in here a lot too, so yeah. Yeah, well, Nahama's here a lot, so, and I deeply appreciate her presence. Stronger, more intense quake may. Ooh. It's very kind of you. And also, yeah, she's here a lot. It's very... She's actually the one who recommended this game. This game was actually a request. The mantle shifts to carry the isle closer to the mainland, joining the two masses together. Let's see. Very good. I have made an official method by which people can request games, you know, using points, but if I find myself in a lull where I don't have many games to play, I'm probably just I can take requests for free now. But it's more if I find myself in a lull with games. But I did add an official, oh, if you want to make sure I play something, it's like I added for the point system. Because I thought that was nice. I thought that was something that would be... I think the reason I made the series, like making it so it's a long form series was more expensive, was mostly because there are some games that I know could take me a very long time if I go into them without thinking about it. Ooh. There we go. Cool. But I was looking for something, and Hama was like, oh, how do you play this? I'm like, oh, I got Renaissance, and at some point I want to play the original version of this game. I'm not sure when I will yet, but I will. I kind of want to. I kind of want to more so at this point, because this game is absolutely fun. Ah! I'm definitely gonna miss whenever I play the original, though. I'm definitely gonna miss the backstep. I feel like that the backstep ability is something I'm gonna be missing a lot when I play the original. Oh, thank goodness, food. There we go. Whew. I like this game, though. This game has been a lot of fun. That's why I didn't want to stop it for Halloween, even though it's dipped into October some. I'm like, well, I want to make sure I want to see this game to its end. I don't want to stop it. Also, I guess it's convenient as well. You don't have to stream it as if it's really lengthy, but do try the Mass Effect series at some point. There's a bit of talk to various NPCs all along, but if there was a game that I would get a tattoo for, it'd be that one. I feel like if I'm gonna play Mass Effect, it should be on stream, but only because I think that it deserves both analysis and just genuine praise, because it is a game series I've heard a lot about. I'll have to see about it, but I do want to, because it is a very good game series, so I should take a better look at it. Everywhere in Marana known to us has been destroyed. You should have no reason to fear further attacks, I pray. Those of our party exposed to the Black Menace have yet to regain their full strength. They've extracted from the rest as long as they require. How is it that you are bringing word of these developments instead of the devout? I neglect to thank your master for their assistance before I offer this report by way of apology. You have to address the matter of the Miss Origin. Oh, yay. I do want to play it, though, so that is definitely going to be something I look into. But it might be one where I have to play each game at some point. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. I know with some games I should also just play it myself, but making time for it can be difficult at times, so... Because there are some games that I really want to play off stream, and those are the ones that I go for in my private time, and then there are some games... Like Cyberpunk is one that I'm not playing. I don't think I'd play on stream. Also for other reasons, but... Playing The Long Dark at the moment. I started it on Xbox, but purchased it on PC to catch up with the 2 chapters I haven't completed yet. Ooh, that's really good. I must beg your pardon. I too still suffer ill effects from the mist tired to my course for the remainder of the day. Shamal is really dodging the question. I like trying out a lot of different new games, so it has been a lot of fun for me to try out new stuff like this. Please do, let's see, lands much reduced, stragglers can come together. All right, so we've unlocked the random encounter side. Very good. Let's see. There we go. There's Bird Island. There are some games, though, that I've kind of put off playing, but only because I haven't found a proper amount of time to play them. I do think that I might end up making... If I don't do stream Mass Effect, then I would definitely want to talk about it a lot, which would probably be me having to write up something for it. Maybe doing it as like a video series. I don't know. I could probably record something, but I do better with streaming, so I don't know yet. In those bygone days following the departure of our Lord of Light, some few lost souls came together and founded our precursor collective. Forsaken by their god, they found a new person in the comfort and camaraderie of community. Theirs is not an easy life, but it is their own. For that, they were proud. One morning, they awoke to a loud rapping at the gates. When they looked out, they saw a party of travelers. Though strangers to these lands, these travelers followed a creed found quite similar to that of the collective, for they too had been forced to defend themselves in the absence of the travelers were welcomed with open arms. Shortly thereafter, the two groups became one under the stewardship of the first high priest, the former leader of the Outsiders. Thus was the conscript green born, and but one of many who served as agents of the high priest's will. Accordingly, received instruction in sacred magic, that we may carry out our duties and bring others into the fold. Never question the teachings, what we do for the greater good of mankind. This I have ever believed with all my heart. But in light of what happened, if it is possible that the conduit of the conscript green's power is not inviolate. There is not to be gained on thinking that they're here and I must defend the people. I think Shamal has been genuinely shaken by these recent events. I feel bad for Shamal because he's probably finding out that I think both you and I know exactly how this horde entered in Marana. I feel bad for Shamal because he's probably gonna find out his high priest is a total narc. Sag. There are a lot of games, though, that I want to play at some point or another. Let's see. Ooh. Let's see. I just realized I didn't upgrade anything. I'm gonna surrender. Back up. Back up. I just realized what the mistake I made. Hang on. You ever just realize the mistake long before you even reach... You know that you made a mistake and you just sit there with... Yep. Okay, so I need to do a couple things, really. One is building a tower here. Yes. And then I need to blow up everything. Sorry, your houses are inadequate and I must destroy everything. This is going to be slow and laborious, but we're going to need to do it. Anything over here? No, good. I know that the Halo series is one that I played because I got to play it co-op with on the Master Chief Collection, and getting to experiencing all the games that way was very fun, but also very different. So now I gotta wait for everything to rebuild. But there's a lot of game series that I just never got to play for, you know, reasons or another. So it's nice that now as an adult, I'm slowly making my way through all the different game series that I want to try. And also the individual, like, you know, single titles or indie games that are out there. Like this Sunday, I'm playing Inside, which I've never actually played. I've watched it before, though, which I think watching and play the Halo series, that was fun. I really like Halo. I have a personal fondness for Halo 4 because that was the first Halo I ever played. But I also recognize that Halo Reach is probably the best game in the series. I don't think that, despite how much I like Halo 4, I don't think that Halo Reach and 4 are even close to the same game. And as much as I like 4, Reach is far superior. But I like a lot of the different games in the series for different reasons. And similarly, I think that there's a lot of series where, like, video game series where there's a game in there that I really like. Borderlands is also one that, I remember, I actually really like Borderlands 1. But Borderlands 2 is the best one, but Borderlands 1 has something special to me. I think it's also because Borderlands 1 was long before the game series kind of got too, I'm not going to say too silly, but I definitely think that Borderlands 3 had a problem that they always had to throw in a little one-liner here and there. And it was just like, it didn't take itself seriously enough. You know, like Borderlands 2 took itself seriously enough where the humor felt good and the drama felt impactful. But that's where Borderlands 3 kind of lost me, because they were kind of too focused on having their cake and eating it too. Also, yeah, the twins kind of didn't do it for me. They weren't fun villains, but, well, antagonists. I enjoyed Assault on Dragon Keep. Ooh, sweetie, you're after my own heart on that one. Assault on Dragon Keep is fantastic. I think the only DLC for a Borderlands game that, in my head, tops Assault on Dragon Keep is it's the DLC with Moxie in Borderlands 1. It's the Crimson. You have to deal with the Crimson Lance, and man, General Knox is hilarious. It's General Knox. It's General Knox in the fort. Yeah, I feel like that DLC just narrowly edges it out, but that's just because General Knox is hilarious and believably depressed. He is probably one of my favorite written characters in the Borderlands series. Just without fail, he makes me laugh. The armor DLC, the armory. It's the combination of the armory and also just the other stuff alongside it that just, it lands every time for me. I think one of the funniest things in that particular DLC though was it's the ice cream day. It's the ice cream day recording, the echo thing. The Ice Cream Day recording is probably one of the funniest things I've ever had the joy to listen to. Just without fail, that is probably one of the funniest things I've ever heard. I'm thinking about it now, and it's gonna make me laugh all stream. I'm gonna think about it just in the back parts of my head and just giggle at it. Just because the Ice Cream Day song, just I don't think I could do it properly now because my throat's all messed up, but oh my goodness, that Crimson Lance soldier is having the day of his life. Bordeaux, there are a lot of great series that I'm a big fan of for various reasons, but man, there are also just as many that I haven't gotten to play, and I want to see them all. It's actually partially why I started streaming, because it gives me this avenue to play games that either I haven't played or I have played and I really want to share with you guys and talk about. And by getting to experience all these games and trying out new things, not only do I get to learn about what makes these games so beloved in the hearts and minds of their fans, but also, man, it's really nice to be able to just take time to, quite literally making time to play these games that are really cool and interesting. And getting to see them this way. Gears of War, I enjoy that. I played them through several times, trying to play all difficulties. It's interesting, because the last time I played Gears of War 3, I actually had a bit of a time trying to even get into it. Which was not because of the game, but because of the camera. They don't build up at the top for whatever reason if you're waiting for them to build more. I am not going to wait for them on that. It's much more, I'm just trying to make sure they refill in what they were building. Because I did kind of have to reset some. Okay, Shamal, go up here. I think I can handle these guys. There we go. Thank you though, Nahama. I probably would have been waiting if you I probably would have been waiting at a point if you didn't say something. All right, pull this way. But thankfully now knowing that I know I don't have to wait too long. Let's see, where they come from? Down here. Okay, hopefully we get someone new to throw at the enemies. Okay, let's put Shamal up north. I think once we get a new hero, I'll be able to... Yep, there we go. I'll throw down... Yeah, those are flying enemies. We're going to want Kaya. There we go. I like Gears of War. I think that there was some... I know there was something happened. I got kind of motion sick with the camera in... I think it was 3. But I think that... I don't know what that was, and I think if there's a setting to adjust it, I'll probably figure that out, but... It was a very interesting problem that I don't think I've had with any other game. I don't know, destroy all my stuff. Can you stop? There we go. Oh, the gatehouse got destroyed too. Oh. I just built that thing. Aw. Okay, well... Hopefully we'll be in a good spot for... Let's see, upgrade... I can't upgrade anything yet, so that's awkward. But I recognize the really cool stuff in Gears of War. I have a weird history with that because there's a character that what was it, General Radon, who crossed over into Killer Instinct, and he was really fun to play as because he was kind of a grappler character. By the way, if anybody owns an Xbox and they have the ability to play Killer Instinct, like the newest one, which I think came out in 2017, you do yourself a favor to try it, because the game has a lot of it's a fighting game and it has a lot of auto combo stuff that is really satisfying. Because you don't really need to be good at the game, you just need to know how to mash buttons. And if you want to learn how to play the game, you can, which I think is really accessible. And that's fun. Definitely far more fun when you get to play a game like that. And they had weird crossovers too with other game properties. I think the weirdest one though is that they have Rash from the Battletoads in the same game as Arbiter from Halo, and General Radon I think it's General Radon from Gears of War. I know he's the Locust guy and he has the knife. That's Sonic Unleashed button combos. Yeah, hey, you know, it is a combo if it does something cool. That is what a combo. Having learned finally how to play fighting games, it is very funny when my brain still says, well, what's the best strategy for this moment in the game? Just mash, it'll be fine. Because that is still a strategy. Not necessarily a, you know, honorable strategy, but it is a strategy. That's also the internal Captain Kirk in my head, where I just think, well, what would be the best strategy? Well, what if you come up with a strategy so stupid it comes out as galaxy brained? It's so smart. It's so stupid that it is gonna work because of how it Uno reverses into being smart. And that's how you become really smart, is you go so stupid that it wraps back around to being smart again. Because that's how Joseph Joestar won against Cars. Just the world's dumbest strategy in the most like galaxy brain method. And he was able to win. Is it stupid? Yes, but it works, so it's not stupid. But I do like playing fighting games. I have streamed in the past Marvel vs. Capcom 3 and a couple of other different games, so I've definitely done a lot of different stuff for fighting games. They fit very well for Sunday games because they're very fun to play. I still need to get Guilty Gear, but it's not on Xbox yet, so I've been waiting. Or BlazBlue. BlazBlue. I have BlazBlue Cross Tag, and I know that's coming out on Xbox at some point. And that's just an excuse for me to play it more. I really like BlazBlue Cross Tag. I got it when I was still very much into Ruby, and I was watching it a lot, and it was... I really like that game because the sprite art and the gameplay that's phenomenal. Like that a lot. Can I build anything else? No. Okay, I think all I can do is go visit the temple and see what we can do. Forgiveness. But there's a lot of fun stuff you can do with those kind of fighting games. And I appreciate it when they make it better for people who are, for lack of a better terms, the button mashers. Because not everybody has the time to put into a fighting game in the same way that other people do, so I do understand and respect it. Because not everybody has the mind for learning a game like that. Let's see. Oh, wait a moment. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, Shamal is taking a fair bit of damage there, but go just a little bit more up. Okay, wait, he just walked right in. Are you serious? Okay, wait. Okay, I am throwing this down. And also gonna do one of these. That's not great. Just looking at that, that's it's kind of worrying. Let's see. I think I'm gonna throw down Migrana first, then get Taya again. I think this combo works really nicely because it means it makes the towers a lot more powerful. I might do it this way. Okay. Have we gotten any new items? It's pretty good. Do one of those. Excellent. But not I think accessibility in games can come in a lot of different forms, and that's why I really like turn-based strategy games and turn-based RPGs, because a lot of them, they're sort of made more... Whoa, wait, she took a lot of damage. Whoa. That's not great. Do that really quick. That's so that I can maybe give Migrana a bit of a buffer. My goodness. Taya. There we go. But that's why I like RPGs though, because they're not dependent on your reflexes. And by making a game that's less dependent on your reflexes and more on your cognitive ability, I think that makes it more accessible to me. Because a game kind of becomes more accessible through almost through proxy of it not requiring you to be hyper aware of everything at all times. And I think that's a very good method to do that kind of stuff. Okay, actually, Migrana should go back up here and help out. Stop this fool. Do some of that. Items. There we go. Zap you in particular. Oh, Shamal went down, didn't he? Oh, you big nerd. Yeah, reattempt, but... freaking... It's like, dude, this is why you wear armor. Why did... This is what he gets for being a nature cleric. You should have... that's kind of nerdy. No, even for me, that's kind of nerdy, but, I'm just thinking, man, you really did go nature cleric and think that wasn't going to be a problem, huh? Just... Oh, man, it's definitely silly. It's like, you really went nature cleric and you did not start with any armor proficiencies, did you little nerd? Come on, dude. Come on, dude, it's not even that hard. Get some medium armor, maybe. I've been thinking a lot about D&D lately because the campaign I've been running lately is basically getting stopped because I have to... There's one player in particular who just wasn't showing up, and it was kind of like, man. So, and it kind of would sink the rest of the campaign because if he wasn't showing up, then unfortunately he that kind of stops the rest of the game. So. Let's see. Okay, let's see. I think I need to summon someone else, but I'd like to say Phil is probably my best bet because it would increase damage, which is kind of important. I think Phil is gonna be the one I go for. Let's see. That's it. Well, let's see if it's a good idea. Oh yeah, this is definitely worth it. Yeah, this seems to be working. Yeah, this is working well. There we go. That's much nicer. There's a lot of games I think that's the kind of thing that I would say is important, is making a game both accessible and fun, but I think this game is pretty good on that respect. It's not like perfect when it comes to being, accessible in that sense, but it does do a really good job of it. The enemies are getting knocked out, so that's good. Oh, that's right. How am I gonna deal with this? I'll do one of these for that one at least, but I kind of have to do some low-cost stuff to try and stop the enemy, but... tie up. I need you to target those guys. Okay. I just need them to stop for now. Ah, jeez. I don't appreciate that these guys are that fast. Okay. Oh, we lost Phil, didn't we? That's not great. How about... Summon Migrana. Pray a little bit. Pray that everybody survives. Oh my goodness. Shamal's gonna go down again, isn't he? Get out of there. Okay, there we go. Hit him with all that. Oh my goodness. This is not going well at all. This is one of those battles that, yeah, this is, I am struggling. Those guys are really do not care about what is happening there, huh? Hit him with that. Okay. That's good. Shamal, back up a little bit so we don't die right away. Okay. Grana, just interpose yourself there. I think it stops some of them by pulling some of them away. Guarantee that they'll stay, so that's fine. Magrana, go and do the thing. Actually, her and Taya should probably go do that. Ugh. As I said earlier, though, with how to make these kind of things a little bit harder, I appreciate that this game is not afraid to make things harder by through both complexity and by power. I'm kind of worried, though, that I am not going to survive this. Okay, Shamal, go up here and help, because this is dangerous. They also have no SP, so this is not great. As a situation, this is not according to the plan. But it seems like things are holding crap baskets. Magrana, get back in there. We need you. We still need you. Just throw her right back in. That's a little mean, but it'll work. Oh geez, yeah, they're getting in quick though. Oh, never mind. Okay. I think having Shamal play midfield basically and him running back and forth is probably the best place for him. Ooh, okay. There we go. That worked out pretty well, actually. I'm kind of... It was a little dicey in the middle there, but that's a... Ooh. I see, there's... What is that grotesque monstrosity? A great serpent coiled about the sanctuary of the consecrate green. Says a fear, that gargantuan fiend that emerged from within the temple. No longer can I deny the bitter truth. The collective to which I devoted my life has become a rotten husk, a tool of the adversary. And I, its unwitting servant, with tainted gifts that bewitch the blessed children of a loving God and lured them unto sin. Lord, what wickedness have I done? Well, neighbor brother, Marana is a land of trial and tribulation. In shrouded woods, he staked our claim. Ah, he just realized that that is biblical as heck, man. So we've tried, for still they come, these fiends tear down all we have built. By the grace of our Lord, we've come so far, but despite our triumphs, we succumb to doubt. In your words, we found the promise of more comforting truth and escape from the troubles that beleaguered us constantly. An appeal bolstered by my corrupted magic. You are wrong. We have not to blame for our choice, but our own weakness. Not once did you push us to renounce our faith. Not once did you attempt to discord and discontent. We never sinned against our Lord. Only we may carry that weight. Ah, that's nice. Do not contend these people, deserving though they believe they are. I am the piper. I am the witch. Declare my guilt and demand my punishment. Spare them, smite me. I demand it. No, worse. You're getting signed onto a contract. Here, the eternal contract. You are now a man of. You're now a man of our people. You now have to work for me. Behold, and despair, the green rock. Jewel of the patron, shard of starlight marked Shamal as another of your heroes prophesized. Charged to be a hero, what twisted irony if so, that a pawn of the dark, the Lord of Dark, should be destined to be in the service of the Lord of Light. Hey, I like that, that's fun. Oh my goodness. I am really looking forward to when the new Pokemon games come out. I'm gonna be streaming that and Sonic Frontiers like crazy. That's gonna be a lot of fun for me. Ooh. I can't do a woo. Ah, my throat. Please work with me, man. Need to drink some water. What treasure did he find? But perhaps I wonder, more than a treasure is the thrill of the discovery that he craves. Yeah, that makes sense. Yes, I pre-ordered Violet. I actually pre-ordered Scarlet for a couple reasons, but I will say, sweetie, when I start streaming Pokemon Scarlet, I may or may not be, because I know that there's a version exclusive Pokemon I am going to be fervently asking people to send me, which is that I am definitely going to need a Bagon, which I think is only in Violet. I just like purple. I will say that I definitely, there are some, I didn't choose based on the version exclusives. I chose Scarlet for just like a myriad of reasons, but I also just like the color. I like red and purple, so I just was like, oh, I want to play Scarlet this time, and I wanted to play the warm color one this time. And actually, come to think of it, I think I played I played Shield, so I also chose the warm color one then. So still, but I will definitely be asking somebody to send me a Bagon for a Larvitar, because Salamence is one of my favorite Pokemon of all time, so. But I really am looking forward to that. Let's see. All right, I think I'm ready for this, maybe. Yep, here we go. Okay. Next battle. All right, nope, I need to surrender. Back up. I forgot. I didn't build a new gatehouse. Okay. Now we need to build this again. Well, that's that's okay. I can make mistakes. That's okay. Oh, I just realized that the snake is animated there. Look at that thing. It's a big snake. Kind of reminds me of the snake from Sekiro, the big one, the big white one that you have to fight. I think more than once. Oh, what do they need? Masso is 300 resources. Ah, I see. I have to wait for a while then. Easy. Do we know if Aron is in the game? Because I want an Aggron. I believe it is. I'm uncertain, but I believe it is. I really like Aggron though. Aggron's very good. I know that in the game they also recently announced that Girafarig, that weird giraffe-looking thing from second generation, is getting an evolution finally, and it's a much taller giraffe, and I love it. I love it with all my heart. It is very good. It is a very good lad. I appreciate it greatly. I do know Sableye is in the game, and that's also one that I really like because he's a little gremlin, and I like him. I do like the new Pokemon too. I think Lechonk is probably the star of the memes, and I am personally a fan of the little Fido, the little dog, the little like bread dog. I like that. Lucius just said there was a new trailer out for the game as well. Yes, that is actually very true. They released a 14-minute gameplay sort of presentation thing, like a trailer sort of thing. It's very good. Let's see, can I upgrade? I can. Okay, I'll wait to get those extra books though, because we need the extra power to handle things. Yeah, they showed some new stuff, and I think it looks really nice. They have a new thing instead of the curry from the last game. They now have making sandwiches, which someone did mention that you can use ham, which does bring up a reasonable question that there are pigs and you can make ham sandwiches. You know, just an interesting thought. Just kind of this weird little question hanging over the air of where are they getting ham in the Pokemon universe, but does make you wonder. I like that though. It's a fun addition. I think it'll be a great deal of fun. Between that and Sonic Frontiers, I'm going to be very busy in November, so that'll be well worth it. Let's see. There's a couple other things they've added that I really like. I like the terrestrializing, the basically third typing, and it's kind of a transformation thing. I think it's gonna be fun. New type of gimmick. It'll increase the variety in the game. I think it'll be a good time. So, but we'll see. We'll see. I definitely am not decided yet, but I think Fuecoco is the Pokemon I will be choosing. I think that I'll be choosing the fire type starter. But that's also because I generally choose the fire starter and like just statistically I have chosen it more often than anything else. And it's not even that the grass and water ones are bad, I just prefer fire. I don't know, the fire starters always turn out to be really good investments in my mind. Oh, I can do this right now actually. Bequeath the stuff. The JoJo duck. The JoJo duck is really good though. I do appreciate Tiny Josuke. Thus equipped, our freshmen to be able to bring fellow Marana catch after bountiful catch. Days of plenty lie ahead. We have the books. I definitely, what might end up happening, and it's not because I am way too happy with letting fate decide. I might put it between Quaxley and Fuecoco. I might put it to a coin flip when we start streaming it. Which sounds like irresponsible, but it's also kind of on brand for me that I put even the biggest decisions up to a chance just to see what happens. Because I don't know, it sounds funnier that way. I think it'd be funnier at least. Send Shamal this way. Where's the other portal? Oh, it's over here. I see. I do like the JoJo duck though. He will be, it will definitely be a toss-up, you know? So we'll see. The JoJo duck is really good though. I think all three of the starters are really nice. I just don't know which one I would be more likely to pick. There we go. The JoJo duck is pretty funny though. Have we seen the evolutions yet? I don't think I actually almost don't know if I'd want to know, even if they made it like public knowledge. I don't know if I'd even want to know that early. Just because of how the games are. I'd almost prefer to just see them for the first time when the game comes out. I think I'll send up north and see what I can do. I do not like these dudes. These guys, I don't like these. Get out of here. Okay, actually, Shamal, can you go do the thing? What the? Where did he go? Interesting. Okay, that's a lot of books just for one raid. Interesting. Okay, well now Shamal's level 7, so that's good. Does anybody else have decided, in a sense, what starter they're getting for Pokemon, if they are getting it? I like all three, but I think it will if it's going to be up for a toss-up, like a coin toss type thing, it will probably be between Quaxley and Weed, a JoJo, or Among Us the meme starters. See, I like all three of them. I think they're all fun. I just it might be. See, now you see Nahama, I feel like you're that feels like subtle, like, hey, it's like I know that you've mentioned JoJo way too much on this channel to not be swayed by the fact that it's a JoJo duck, and I'm like, See, now you're making me question my thought process now, because I really like the funny Pepper Boy, but now I'm considering, like, wait a minute, but I could have the JoJos. Actually, I think I'm gonna do this really quick, and I'll pull Shamal back when that starts to break. Oh yeah, these guys are not taking any damage. Okay, yeah, Shamal, get back here. Back up. I'm now considering the JoJo duck. Okay, I should probably be more sparing with my SP, but should be okay. Maybe. I don't think Sprigatito, even though I really like Sprigatito, I don't think Sprigatito is going to be my first or second pick. Oh. A massive gelatinous abomination is fast approaching the settlement. Clearly is some manner of dominant fiend, a captain of the enemy. Bring us some of our strength to bear against this enemy. Where is it coming from? Oh, it's coming from there. I see. Okay. I'm going to put this here. That is not going to work as I think. Okay, let's see. That. Oh man, that gatehouse is... the gatehouse broke. That's not great. Okay. Alright. I'm just thinking like, I don't even know what Shamal does, but I think I'm gonna do... Bring Daniela. Bring Shamal up front as well. This buffoon is going to require all of my time, probably. Do that really quick to keep him in place for now. Okay. Do something like this. Do some of this. There we go. Now it's just the one. Oh, crap baskets. Well, that's not great, given that the big guy is down here, so... I'm gonna move them back just a tiny bit. Just so that when it's time, I can... I'll also do one of these. And one of those. There we go. Okay. I might have to send somebody up top, though, for... Okay. Well, wait. Question. Put Taya down. Question. Realm overview? No. Defeat the Great Gelatinous. Okay, so Shamal is regen on forts and warriors. Ah, I see. That's really important to know, actually. Let's see, put another one of these down. Cannot. Actually, what I could do. Back it up, cowboy. Okay. And then hit him with one of these. I come up here. Thankfully, the bats are not very strong. Shamal is, so looking at this battle, I do think I have it. I just need to still remain careful. Get zapped. Okay. The bats were no match for my upper defenses, so that's good. Stop right there. Criminal scum. Stay right there. Think about what you've done. Have fun. Gonna throw a Bell of Beckoning here in case we need it. Oh, geez, they are coming this way, huh? That is less than ideal. Uh-oh. Okay, we need to back up. We need to back up. Everybody back up. Wah. I'm gonna pull back some because that's kind of dangerous and scary. I don't appreciate how spooky that is. Okay. And can I do one of these? Not enough SP. Wah. This is scary. This battle is starting to scare me now because now I'm looking at this like, wait, hang on a minute. Definitely prefer if the enemy was not this scary. Being entirely honest. You could stay there for a moment. Shamal, back up, please, because you're dying. Ah! No. I actually need to reconsider what I need to do for this. I had a realization what I could do for this. Up to the world map we go. I need something specific. Oh man, this is stupid, but I need something specific, and it's really lame. It's kind of dumb, but I need something specific. Also, unless I'm mistaken, I think I can do something to help my situation by going up to, I think it'd be North Wall. And you go up to North Wall really quick. Because I need to level up Taya a little bit. Because Taya needs one more. I think if Taya was a little bit stronger, she'd be better off. So I'm gonna go up here for a little bit. And also see if there's any side quests I can grab while I'm here. Because if we can get something done up here, that would also be helpful. So we have to wait for a little bit and see if we can get something. I know I need to tend to flocks in other realms, but I also need stuff. I need Taya to be a level higher because, man, this is awkward. I was tempted at one point to grind off stream to get some extra levels for every character so I could make things quicker, but I kind of didn't want to do that because it didn't really require that, you know, where it's a... Ah, yeah, the artist. So he's up here now, too. We wish to work in a new medium. Snow and ice, of which we have no fortitude to give form to a vision like no other. Quite a lot of materials. No choice but to wait. It's you-know-who, isn't it? Not eager to see another of the man's masterpiece, but you're gonna help him, aren't you? Oh, here it goes. I'm looking forward to seeing... Oh, we already built them, so... Woo! I want to see what this is. So we might be able to do this really quick. Once more, you've guided us to prosperity, securing a wealth of materials for the foreign artist, who is today finally finished his work. We wasted no time toiling day and night as we came to replenish his supplies, and lo, it is a staggering accomplishment. Hero, he has titled the piece, the warrior who danced among the enemy as a snowflake. Hey, Echo, how's it going today? Before we convey your presence once more. Taya left a lasting impression, it seems. As he presents a gift to you, we pray it meets your approval. I say use Taya as his model. Sorry, make sure the artist's work is not too offensive. I'm curious what it looks like. Oh, Angel, come and see. It looks just like me. Isn't it beautiful? Too beautiful, maybe. It's enough to make me blush. I'm still upsetting spaghetti because of Mario. Tell me what you think, because I am curious now. I am very curious. Very good. Let's leave it at that. I wish to understand more perspectives on Mario because I have some ideas about it, but I'm curious what you have to say, Heko. Also, now Taya is level 8, so that should help. That should give us that little extra edge. Okay, now that I've done this though, back to the world map. It's nice to see everybody today. Ugh, need to stretch a little. Ooh, shoulders have been kind of stiff lately, but happens when you sit at a computer a lot. Oh, I will be making new follower, subscriber, something badges. I'll be making my own versions soon enough. Not sure how soon, but soon. It's one of those how soon, soon. Or was it soon? How soon? And it was just, sir, look, they're on the moons of Vega. I know Spaceballs way too well. But yeah, the Mario, I think the Super Mario Brothers movie will be a topic of conversation for quite a while now because of the teaser trailer. I do like the memes that have already arisen from it because they've had some funny ones already. Okay, they need me. Bequeath to the historian a relic that will deepen our understanding to ancient civilizations. Following the Atok lives a woman with a deep and abiding interest in the lives of ancient people. The story is in search of undiscovered relics that may hold answers to her questions. Okay. I should be able to do that, maybe. Bequeath the funny tablet. Here, take a look at this thing. Is this the tablet you desire? The greatest star historian. With her knowledge of ancient language, she managed to decipher the words inscribed upon it. It tells the place the Isle of the Eagle. Historian is grateful beyond measure for this opportunity to delve into the mysteries of the past and present to you an offering in gratitude. Isle of the Eagle, is it? Praised or something in my memory. It eludes me. Perhaps I cannot recall. Means that it was of no import. Oh, so you mean that island in Marana that we saw? Oh, that's pretty good. I love those emotes, by the way. I like those a lot. Those are very good. And Magrana's now level 9, which makes me very happy. Very good. Okay. Let's see. Go back to the world map. This will be us popping back and forth for a little bit because I want to make sure that we can... I want to see if we can get a lot of extra things for the characters we need. I think Magrana and Taya are going to be the two I bring with me for the battle in Marana. So let me go back down. Descend. You know, if you looked at this world literally and you just saw a floating fortress come over your land. So the French voiceover for Mario in the movie is on point. Oh yeah, I heard that. The guy who does the French dub for Mario is really good. I think he did a fantastic job. Looks like he did a fantastic job, and we have Chris Pratt. I do see that. I have heard that voice. Yes. It is intriguing the difference between the two. But I think that's because American movie audiences, like if you're like somebody who goes to movies all the time and because I think that what it is that people who go to movies indiscriminately, who just go to the latest movie, are the type that look at the actors in the movie rather than anything else, which I do think that is a factor that most people don't consider, but at least people who talk about it regularly. But there is that audience in movies that is basically just, they are the kind who would be... Okay, actually, I could move the gatehouse. No, I want to keep it where it is. But I do want to move one of the... Okay, I want to move this one. Oh, I could put this right here, actually. There we go. That should work. Needs more Bob Hoskins and John Leguizamo. Solid maybe. I do like the... I do appreciate what the new movie is doing. And I think that I think it's what I think is causing people the most discomfort. And I said it earlier today, actually, that I don't even think that Mario's bad. It's just that everything else around him is so good that it makes Mario being okay look bad. Because Bowser is fantastic. All the other characters are fantastic. So having Mario be this kind of mediocre aspect is kind of weird, you know? And I think that does affect how the movie is perceived. Because that's actually true in a lot of the animated movies. Like, that's true in a lot of movies where even if something is just okay, that can be enough to make a part of the movie look bad. Because this one part just happens to be only okay, you know? Okay, I need to get a knockout or something. But I think that's true in a lot of movies where there's an attribute of it that is solidly okay. Pull back. Oh man, he lost almost... How did Shamal lose almost all of his health just by getting hit once? My goodness. Back up. Ooh. Okay. Hit him with this. Yikes. This is greater than average yikes. What I will do, though, is put down a palisade here, just to... All right, now the gelatinous abomination approaches. And now this will be my primary goal for the rest of the battles, dealing with this little nerd. Okay. Okay, let's see. All right, now we can summon Migrano, who's what I wanted. Migrano down. But that is something I would consider to be a personal gripe more than anything, is that, oh, this character is just solidly okay. Because Mario is just, he's there. That's kind of enough. Okay, actually pull you back a tiny bit. Okay. All right, just to keep everybody alive, I'm gonna back up a little bit. Okay. Okay, now we're good. Back in. There we go. Okay, now that the bats are getting knocked around, we might be able to get this way. There we go. Okay, these guys are actually not that bad because the bats are going down really quick. Okay, bring Taya. Uh-oh. That's not good. Okay, I might need to throw down a beckoning one. Yep. Okay. Now pull everybody back. Pull everybody back. Now we're good. I kind of need to cheat this guy into a certain type of fight. Because I only want to pull him back to this section when it's like desperate, you know? I don't want to have to move backwards until I'm ready. Even if I think that I could do it, but ugh. I think the thing that the new Super Mario Brothers movie is doing really well is, I think the environment, it's specifically environment design and pretty much everybody except Mario's character design, I think they did really well. Migrana, please back up. My girl, please. You just come on. Let me pull this nerd here. Get pulled this way. Why? The big dork. Okay. Alright, now we just need to unload on this nerd. Okie dokie. This appears to be working, but I'm uncertain if it is or not. This is kind of strange. Ah! Okay, let me... Okay. Palisade. This is, worrying, to say the least. This is kind of spooking me. Let's throw this down. And deal lightning damage to these nerds. There we go. I am doing my best to live. But I think video game movies have a weird history anyway, and I think people might be conflicted about it anyway. Because making a movie about a video game and vice versa has been always difficult. Because making movies into video games has always been a tumultuous sort of thing to do. You do last understand the infinite glory and boundless benevolence of my master. May that faith in them and your trust in your fellow man guide you in right action from this day forth. It's offered be in accordance in their wishes. What manner of tribute is this? Treasured magic of my former collective aura. Too powerful for mortal creatures such as we to wield, but fit for God most surely. Side of you that yet surprises Shamal, having grown accustomed to your more cutting comments. But even stuff as good, as good as Detective Pikachu or the Sonic movies, even those still have a fair bit of division in them. Dreadful though he may be, of not to fear from this foe. When at last Lord of Light reclaims their forgotten glory, he will personally descend into the temple and slay Kali and his host of minions. To hasten this promised day, we must guide the people to greater prosperity, lead them in their prayers, and help them cultivate a deeper faith that their devotion may empower their Lord. Accept the sacred order from our Lord and swear it will be done. Yay! I like that Shamal is getting better. I appreciate this man. Now Shamal is level 8. There we go. I can't think of any other video game movies specifically besides Sonic and the... It would be specifically the Sonic movies and Detective Pikachu. Also, missed opportunity not getting Wall Shawn as Kamek, though Gilbert Gottfried would have been my first choice, but he's really unavailable. Yeah, yeah. Feels bad that he missed something like that, but yeah. I do like what they did with Kamek, because I feel like the games... You know, they talk about Kamek being this really cool magician, and then showing him being cool in the movie is nice. It is a nice change of pace. While in the former followers of the Conscript Green have been eager to prove themselves and contribute to our community, so they harbor guilt for having aided the High Priest's deception, though they were two victims of his lies. Strayed not far from your light, they are like us. Impressive is not how quick they are to forgive their neighbor's betrayal. Great person taking the long view. Hold fast to past wrongs to ensure wounds fester never heal. Let us hope that Shamal and his brother learn from their example and will come to forgive themselves. That's nice. Yeah, I think that there are certain people that would have been much better suited for it, but Jack Black's King Koopa Bowser is a super strong choice. I actually really think that the way they showed it, I think the way that they showed Bowser was really good. You're never wrong to espouse the agency of man. Your arrow is in continuing and omitting your lord from the equation entirely. It's well for man to make his own way, but he need not do so alone. He helped in turn. Bring peace to Marana. I will do so. I think, and this is something I mentioned that I think I was talking to my mom about it, and she agreed, was that it was interesting that Jack Black wasn't acting too Jack Black as Koopa Bowser. As Bowser, because it really could have been he just hammed it up too much, even in the serious moments, but they show that clearly they have the restraint to say, oh yeah, he's gonna act like Bowser. He's not gonna be hamming it up too much. So like I think that's something that takes a fair bit of restraint on their part, because they could have very easily thrown him in like how they do Poe in Kung Fu Panda. Just, let Jack Black do his thing and just, you know, let him do it and he'll be fine. Like that, they clearly were like, no, he needs to act like Bowser, and I think that's for the best, and I think they did a good job with that. Oh boy, what does this area look like? I'm really curious what this place must look like. Whoa. Oh, what is that thing? Ooh. Okay. Okay, there are two directions. Wait, can I go both ways? Sort of. All right, cool. And I think that the choice to use big list names is also dubious. But I also think that for video game voice acting, Mario would be definitely a bit of an oddball character to try and get an actor for, because yeah, Charles Martinet, of course. Oh, Charles Martinet, of course. But how often, and I know that Charles Martinet is obviously he's certainly far more accredited than I recall. He's not just Mario, of course, so. But I do think it's important to note that voice acting in video games and voice acting in voice acting in movies is two different things. And also acting and voice acting are two different things as well. So maybe, and I'm just putting it as a maybe the idea of acting in certain environments for Charles Martinet might not be the best fit. I don't know. Well, Charles is already on the strength. Yeah, so, and he's already fantastic, so I don't know if that's a... I don't think that's a reasonable thing to put down. But... Oh. Okay, it's gonna be very important for me to know how that spell works. That spell is going to be important later. I can already tell. Oh. Freaking snake people. And the man is professional. Yeah, of course. There is a, but I think there is a difference between the two that it cannot be, that cannot be understated. Oh. Okay, no, that's the way I'm supposed to go, so let me go back really quick. Wait, what? Ah! I understand if you didn't feel up to the task. Yeah, and I think that it would be and I guess for people who really want to know those kind of things, I feel like a lot of his fans are probably the ones more up in arms than he is, because just thinking about it, he's probably he would probably be the type to be able to say whether or not he is up for it. These freaking faces, man. Quite literally the faces of evil. Perish. But Chris Pratt, yeah, I feel like they chose him far more for his for the star power than for any sort of other reason. And I'm not even gonna say Chris Pratt's bad. I just think he's, as a voice actor, he is okay. Because I know that he was in the Lego movie and people like that, but the Lego movie also was kind of... You know what? I can't say this in the nicest way possible. The Lego movie is okay. They got a scythe? How the heck did Kali hire Death? That guy's just on loan everywhere, isn't he? Ow. Need to heal. Ugh. Problem is that he sounds like Chris Pratt. See, that's the thing that I am not sure yet, because from the little we did here, yes, he sounds like Chris Pratt, but also I wonder how he actually, what, like, in total that sounds like, you know what I mean? Ow. Okay, I can't hit these things. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ugh. Okay, go. Ah! I see the statue there, though. Okay, got the thing. Hit him. Huh. Ooh. Ooh. that is worrying. Okay, well, they're the... Ah! Oh, got me right there. I think that means I have to go back to the beginning, too. Ah! Oh, no, that's right. I got a checkpoint. Okay. Whew. Got worried there. Whee. Jack Black could hear hints of Jack Black, but it was with a strong Bowser kit. See, I think that with the Bowser, they did enough with the voice, with both his performance and the effects that you don't really feel the... They did make it enough to be good. And I think they did a good job there with making him feel like the original character. Ow. Eee. But with... I feel like it's one I still need to see how Donkey Kong sounds. Oh, dude, I kind of dread that, to be honest. I'm probably going to be in the minority on this, but I kind of just need to say that Seth Rogen's not very good, is he? I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry for people who really like Seth Rogen, but man, He's not very good. He's not actually good at it. He's not actually... He's not... I don't even think he's like... He's like horrible. I just think he's just not my style, you know? Like... You know what? More specifically, the style that he espouses is definitely not my thing. That is definitely the truth of it, more than anything. I am with you there. It's not even that he's horrible. It's just that I don't find him very funny. You know, it's just... It is personal taste, and it's mostly just how... Oh, I died really quick. Okay, wow. Those fireballs kill quick. Oh man, that's gonna be tough. Okay. He's tolerable to an extent. I forget why I was watching it. I saw Sausage Party. Man, that movie is very unfunny. Like, I don't know how... Just is such a not good movie. And I've seen other movies with him in it, and it just... Every time I see movies with him in it, it's just... He's kind of the lower... He's the weakest link of the movie. Which generally means that the movie will kind of just be okay to me. Okay, I'm gonna heal this time before I get dropped. I think I'm just gonna stick to using my sword, and maybe this will help. Ow. There's so much stuff going on down here. Ow. Just like how I don't like Ben Stiller movies. No problem with movies with Ben Stiller, but when Ben Stiller says most Ben Stiller, I can't deal. You know what? That is probably where it is. I think that's fair. Because certain actors, it's like if it's just them and you have to, and they're the linchpin of the movie. Certain actors just do not do well being kind of like the highlight of the movie. Where it's like, oh, it's cool when they're supporting role and they're cool, they're funny in that respect, but not like when they're the focus. It's kind of like, man, that is not great. Zoolander is the exception. Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, I think you guys make sense with that. As I have learned the term, you guys are kind of spitting with that. That's kind of what I think, is that it's not even... I don't even think it's the actors themselves. It's mostly just a... Like, I think Night at the Museum was one of the ones with Ben Stiller where I would be like, oh yeah, this is okay. Like, this is pretty good. But most of that's just because Ben Stiller is not even 100% of the focus, because all the other characters are funny. What? Okay, there we go. But there are some movies where it's just, man, really? But Seth Rogen, a lot of the stuff that he does by himself is very, yeah. Some of the stuff he does is just really ouch. So him being Donkey Kong is going to be very strange to me. These red and blue balls need to step off. Yeah, don't let me out. There we go. I appreciate this weird backstep tech I've learned. Ow. Ow. There we go. Much better. That's me with Will Ferrell. I can only handle so much of him. There's a bit of goofiness to Bowser, but he also has a bit of seriousness to it, which kind of fits. Yeah, because I think that Bowser's supposed to be a character that has both this little bit of goofiness and a little bit of seriousness, which I think makes the character more fun. And that's what makes the character what Bowser is, because he's a cartoon character. At the end of the day, he is still a kid's story, like basically a kid's story antagonist. He is supposed to be a little goofy. And yeah, with Will Ferrell, that is another actor who my opinions about would definitely be, yeah, people would be like, really? And I'm like, because this is gonna feel... I don't... You know me, I don't like saying, like, bad things about people and actors. Didn't mind him in Stranger Than Fiction. Well, I will say this is something that... Also, wait, hang on. Okay, wait, Alright, wait, hang on a moment. That's what Kalia looks like? That is sick looking. This guy looks awesome. I'm also really not happy that I don't have any magic on hand. Cool. But I will say that Will Ferrell is one of those ones where my opinion on him is very and maybe it's because I haven't seen a lot of the movies that people say are like his best movies, but I don't think Will Ferrell's been in anything I've liked in the last 10 years. Even in the last 20 years, I don't think he's been in anything I've... Even like kids fare, like I haven't seen anything I've really liked seeing him in. Oh my goodness, what is happening? Can I just ride these? Whoa! Oh jeez! Okay, interesting. Interesting tactics. Oh. Get down here and fight me like a normal person, you big nerd. Ah! Okay, wait, no, I have resurrection. I like him in some things, but when it's constantly over the top and yelly, eh. Kali Mas Shakite. I really like this enemy, though. Okay, wait. This. Okay, the laser aura does seem to work pretty well. Tase him! Okay, that aura ability is really good, but I really like that. That's amazing. Also, that boss fight's fun. But yeah, I have not seen a single good Will Ferrell movie. So I enjoyed Talladega Nights and the goofy yelly Ferrell, but I don't think there are others. There are a number of comedy actors I just can't watch. Like it's specifically comedies and romantic comedies I just can't do anything with. Because a lot of times when those movies are written, it's, oh, we have to make this, we can't have any, we have to make the stakes due to a communication. Give Stranger the Fiction a shot if you haven't. I will look it up then, because I feel like I should. Because feel it fading, fleeting. Tanzra's magic. Its demise marks that the consecrate green as well. My collective is ended, as is my purpose in these lines. Oh, I for one cannot agree. Be it through calamity or horde, sickness or war, the evil one persistence and dead against humanity. Your words, yes. When your lord is otherwise occupied, to whom will these people turn? Where's he, of course? You're not released from your duties. You mean to shirk them? There we go. I'll check that out then. You know which actor had range but was pigeon-held in a role? I am curious now. Made to serve our Lord's ends, having the beneficiary of our angelic friend's constant encouragement, would be disappointed if I threw this opportunity away as well and self-pity once more. That's so, even if not your intent, regardless of the result. Right then. Main and Marana, my place is with these people, and so you gently reminded me. Pray you receive of me this shard of starlight. Prove our covenant, our eternal bond, and anytime I may be summoned, I will never ignore the call. Very good. There were a number of actors, but Jim Varney. Oh yeah, you're right. You are accurate there. Marana no longer suffers in the shadow of Tanzra's minions. Flawed creatures are we that we are unworthy to unfavor. You never saw fit to deliver us. There we go. That is true though. You are accurate there. Let me go to the world map because now I'm kind of curious. What do I do? Because I have freed every single one, so I do not know what to do next. What do I do? What do I do, Lord? It's kind of the opposite of that, where it's instead of corrupting the child, it's wool. Ah! The ocean has opened. We have rendered forth Apocalypse now. With the fall of his final champion, the island stronghold of the Dark Lord Tanzra has risen from the depths of the sea. In the shattered heart of his forge waits the final battle and his sworn enemy, the Lord of Light. To Deathheim! Alright, cool, we get to go to Deathheim. Let's see what happens. Ilmore, Deathheim. This is it, the final battle of the Last Judgment. Your triumph here today will usher in a new piece of age of prosperity. The fiends once and all will be banished from this world, never to return. Not yet. Hang on. The Last Judgment. Hang on. Well, hey, whoa. Whoa. Alright, hang on a moment there. Now, hang on a moment. You need to save. The final judgment? That seems really, that seems very harsh. So what does this mean? Yeah, let's see what happens. Cool. Ah, spinning hole. There are a number of actors that I feel like, for better or for worse, they got shoved into a role, and then it's like, yeah, you're not allowed to leave this role. I'm sorry. I think I recognize what's about to happen to me. Oh no. Oh no. That's the Minotaurus, isn't it? But not quite as I remember. Nay, 'tis grown in much strength, far more fearsome. But a single blow may do great injury to even a god. Where is attacks god? I see. Uh-oh. Ow. 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 Okay, ow. First off, ow. But second, so this is what I have to do for the final... Oh, dude. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Oh, this is gonna hurt different. Ow. 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 I really need I need a back step from that one. Okay. That went wonderfully. You know what? If I ever got it on the first try every time, this would not be an ODaM stream. I have to, failure in learning is a part of the process every time. Look. Step one, wolf, it cannot be, and possessed of even greater magic than before. I must falter, I mustn't surrender to fear. To prevent the adversary's resurrection, you must strike down his champion once more. Ow. My face. Ah! I am now realizing how actually hard this is going to be. This is gonna be tough. Oh, okay, so it's a checkpoint with each boss I beat. I see. I don't know actually how that makes me feel, given... Please perish. Whew, okay. I don't think I'm gonna beat this the first try, but I'm gonna give it a shot. Okay. I need the meteors, I think, for this one. Unless I'm mistaken, I think it's meteors for this guy. I don't remember though. Hi, Pharaoh. Never thought I'd lay eyes on this monstrosity. Didn't back from the dead, are we? And after all the grief we put him through the first time. Some folks never learn, but I thought Tanzra would know better. Nothing for it but kill him again. I'm doing the honors, Lord. Much obliged. You right. You are accurate. Ow. Oh man, can I please get some hits in? Would fire work the same? I don't actually know. Nope, it does not. Okay, good to know. Whew, okay. Remembering my tricks. What is happening? Ow. Okay, I need to heal again, but... Yep, I forgot. Ugh. Okay, whew, got him. Ah! I get one more life after this one, so it's not horrible, but oh, okay, I got life back. Okay, good. Who's next? Okay, so it'd be the wheel. So if I'm guessing it's going left to right, then wheel's next, which would be ice magic, which is what I need. Oh, I don't even have the platforms to dodge under the ice wheel, the fire wheel. Oh, this is gonna suck. Rekindled flames come to burn and consume all creation. Vicious, ravenous fiends. We cannot abide it. Left alone, it will resume its spiteful quest to sweep across the land. You know what's be done. Yep, I do know what to do. It's also testing my memory because I'm trying to remember how to deal with these enemies. Ow. Blech. That's not it. Gonna heal really quick. Can you stop? Oh my goodness. This nerd! I am beginning to realize how actually in danger I am with this enemy. I imagine that the Nahamaha, I have a question. How much worse was this boss, like, would this be in the original? Oh, this again. Ow. Ah, crap baskets. Okay, I made a mistake there. Okay, I need to try that again. Okay, what can I do? I'm trying to remember what I can do differently, because most of the time with the thing that I think my brain is doing, that is why I'm so not self-preserving. I think the thing that's making me not do self-preservation methods is because I'm wired to think that these bosses, if you beat them, then the fight is over. So I don't have to necessarily win. But I have to get that out of my head because otherwise I'm absolutely going to get crushed by this challenge. So I have to be more careful. Okay. Fire. Ow. I need to learn how to actually dodge that. Ow. Okay, that doesn't even feel like a real try. That feels really dumb. Okay, I need to be far more careful than I have been. This feels like I am absolutely sandbagging. I don't like that. Spam fire and Zappy Aura on all of them and heal when necessary. I feel like the Zappy Aura is kind of the thing I should be using, but I just... I'm half tempted to reset because I don't like that I've lost to Minotaurus twice. I feel like the Zappy Aura is probably the best one. I'm gonna try Zappy Aura this time. Okay, what? Sometimes when I go to use magic, sometimes it's just like, okay, why is it... Ow. Oh, and then he pushed me away. Okay, I need to heal. I feel like the only problem is that I do not have the self-preservation mindset for this boss fight. I definitely think that it is definitely in great part to the fact that I don't self-preserve in these kind of fights, so I'm definitely not the best I'm definitely not the best for these kind of fights in this game. Ow. Fighting Zeppelin Wolf more than once is pain. Get crisscrossed, you big nerd. There we go. Whew. How come? All right, you know what? Maybe it's just I have to shut up and I have to use my sword, the sword tech I've been learning, because I feel like the sword is definitely one of those ones where I'm at my best when I'm using it. Ah. See, I was doing pretty good there, so that maybe I just have to take away the magic, because I feel like I try to get too smart with the magic. Whereas with just the sword, it's kind of like, okay, I only have the option that I do, which is I have to be like skilled, which I think is a very different skill set than using magic. But I will try to use magic when I can. Wow, that... Man, the only downside for this being the best magic in this boss fight is the fact that... Man, is it only good when he turns big. There we go, though. Okay. Next one is going to be the Ice Fool, so I'll get that. Actually, no, wait. I want to use the aura for that one. Because I need time that I'm invincible. That is something I really need when I'm fighting this guy. Yeah, because I can just sit through his abilities. Yeah, because I can do this and just sit. Yeah, that's comfy. Oh yeah, that is much easier. Okay. Oh, I can do the same thing for my brain just turned off on his name, but the Wyvern Frost. Okay, and we have to deal with this nerd, so keep aura on, I guess. Why is the game lagging? I keep having these weird stutters. I don't know. I imagine it's because the game is like, oh yeah, we have special events and stuff. What nightmare made manifest this? Demon champion Marana restored life and greater might. How pulse false magic. By my ignorant sin, I dread to recall. Call the must never get his lesson. I mean, ever your faithful servant. Pray for victory and salvation. Oh. Oh. Did he just warp? Ah! Check this out. I'm one of those electric ball thing, the Tesla coil balls. Yeah, the magic is amazing in the original, and here it's only good if Pharaoh turns big. Which I imagine was a form of balancing if I had to guess, but I could only reasonably guess. I have no idea. Stuff. Oh, magic attack up, and I get to fight Frost again. It's time. All right. I feel like this is going to be the fight where this is... That's not Frost. I know him. No, it's hard. That one is black as pitch. Tanzra's magic fills his body. This is just a puppet. Using my Frost like this when he should be allowed to rest. I'm gonna sit up here and just tase you until this fight is over. I learned some tech. Uh-oh. Ah! Do it again. Oh, his hitbox is big enough where I can... He still gets hit by that? Really? That seems weird. I'm out of magic. Okay, this'll work. Hiya! Do this! Uh-oh. Ow. That's not great. That ain't ideal. Ooh, okay. Talk about cutting it close. Alright. Why did I get another apple? Hold up. Wait a minute. You can feel it, can't you, Master Roy? How your power swells and surges like never before. 'Tis the faith of a world united, of people and heroes. Think it would lag the game to single digits if it was as good as the original? That's fair, actually. That would make sense. People and heroes in every land praying fervently for your victory. And for me as well, of your course, your loyal right hand, just belief in your ultimate triumph has not once wavered. There's not further delay. The hour is upon us. The hour of Tanzra's final reckoning. Why have we not ended this yet? Wait a minute. What the? Oh, hi, Tanzra. Oh, hi, Tanzra. Lord of Adversary of Abyssal Dark Tanzra. Ah, hi. I don't know his moves yet, so I need to be careful. That backstep does do a lot of work for me, though. Ow. Thankfully, I have a resurrection, so I should be okay. Ow. Oh, get back here, you big nerd. Ha! Nerd. Got him. That can't be it. I have control of my character, that's not it. Yep, that... Ooh. Oh my goodness, Tanzra looks nuts! Oh, what is this health bar? Oh, what am I looking at right now? Okay, do this to dodge for now, but man, that's not great. Ow. Okay, I need to heal. Oh, he dropped on me. Ah! I have to do that all over again. I feel like I have to do all that again. Ah! Freaking Tanzra. Tanzra's freaking cool though. That is an amazing design for a final boss. But not so Tanzra has so let me get this straight. Tanzra is first all of the bosses you fought before, then he is on top of that a two-phase boss, possibly three if I'm like not sure. So this man is not only he is not only all of the bosses, he is then also a two-phase boss that is already difficult as heck. Pain. Okay. Gotta do this again. All right, here we go. Ow. Okay. And then get out healing. I do think that if I'm comparing this to the original, the thing that scares me is if I go to play the original version of this game on the SNES, oh my god, not having the backstep, not having that backstep is gonna screw me up so much. Because I'm gonna have to learn how to dodge normally. Ow. Ow. Okay. Zeppelin's down already. I think if I can get to the last phase with most of my health, with at least either most of my health or at least having more than one life, I would be in a much better position. Yeah, well, alright, I'm gonna heal first. I have enough for one more heal, but I might prefer using Starfire. Let's see. Let's see how well Pharaoh goes. Out, let me out. Oh, jeez. I really did just get hit an absolute lot just because of... Okay, whew, there we go. Yeah, this boss fight, I feel like Pharaoh's the one that breaks it up in a weird way, because I think that really, it throws me off a little bit. All right, here we go. Man. Getting a boss rush, though, this is really sick, though. I think boss rushes, if in games like this, boss rushes are almost required because they're so good. Ow. Because they let you remember. It's that easy way of like rekindling memories, you know. In my mind, I feel like that's the best way to bring back memories of the playthrough. Ow. Oh. I got hit. I got caught in the air. Oh. That's rough. Alrighty. Here we go. Let's try that again. We'll put back on Retributive Aura again. Ow. Okay, at least this one hit, but still. At least every boss drops an item per level, so by the time you get to Tanzra, you have a resurrection, so that's good. Okay, I'm gonna heal again. I think boss rushes are fun, though. I think, because that's why I like Sonic Adventure 2 and stuff. In Sonic Adventure, having the boss rush mode is just fun. And making it the final boss is a pretty slick way of doing it. I like how we just put Kalia into the dirt and he's already back up. Just amazing. Okay. We're doing solid. I think we've done pretty good because we've only lost one life. I think one life for getting back to the same point is pretty good. Hi, Frost. How you doing? Somehow knew you were gonna be the... It's funny because even just looking at this, the fact that Frost is guaranteed to be the last one is funny. Okay, yeah, no, we want to use this again, but... Man, I do not have the magic for this. Ugh. Ow. Dang, alright, yeah. I feel like Frost is gonna be the wall. Man, Frost. Again, Frost being the most annoying bosses. At least it's on brand for him. freaking dragon. At least I have some invincibility when I do my uppercut thing, so... Oh, I have fire. Whoops. At least it still hit, but still. Ow. Okay, that's not great. Ooh. I'm just gonna stand here and tase you while you do your beam. Hey, that worked. All right, cool. All right, I think that should put me at... So everything there, and I'm at full health. Okay. I have 2 lives to take on Tanzra. that does not feel like enough. Hi, Tanzra. I'm back. I appreciate that the Lord of Light stays like in that cool pose too when you're... It's like, oh yeah, we have to fight Tanzra. I'll get back here, you big nerd. Okay, what are you weak to? Because I don't think it'd be fire, but... Really? The fire spell? Ow. Oh, at least I can sit over here and just dodge him. Okay. He is... Alright, he's on phase 2 now, so... That's solid. Hey, Nama, I got first. Hey, very good. I also have to deal with Tanzra. Hi, Tanzra. Oh, he does not take a lot of damage from magic, huh? Okay, let me think about how I'm gonna deal with this. Do one of this. At least this lets me kind of cheat my way out of dodging it, but... Yikes. Dodge. Man, this guy does not take any damage. Maybe Resplendent Light? Ooh, ow. Very good we got first, though. So his hands also have a health bar, I guess. Ow. Yikes. This is not the best expenditure of my meter, but, okay. I need to heal. Ow, never mind. I got knocked out. I got taken right out for even thinking about healing. Okay, at least I'm at Tanzra to start, but, I don't know how to feel about that. Ow. Man, he does a lot of damage. Okay. Tough thing is that Tanzra in phase 2, a lot of his attacks you can't phase through, really. Ow. Ow. Okay. Getting faster with his first phase, but... Okay. I need to learn what magic he's weak to, because I need something that... I kind of need something to deal with him. Yikes. Okay, wait. The fact that he's so far away, too. Tanzra, you projectile spamming nerd, get back here. This is not ideal, is it? Maybe I could just sit here for a little bit, you know, just hang out in this part of the... Oh, I beat him! Holy, okay. That felt cheesy, but I did it. Take that, Tanzra, you nerd. Projectile spamming. What do you think this is? What do you think this is, Smash Brothers? I got a sword. Fool. Oh. Did I... Meteor usually has a better hit chance if you face away from your target when you use it. Makes sense. Did I do it? That was very strange. It's just like, all right, I'm in the open sky just floating with my sword up. Like, I did it. Well done, Master. Well done indeed. This day marks the end of our blessed duty. Alas, the reward of your many labors is to be forgotten. In comfort and security, the people look less to the heavens for succor, but such is the way of things. Let us take a long moment then to gaze upon your children's settlements, now cities of wealth and splendor, one last time. Oh, I get to see them all afterwards. Aw. Aw, this is nice. Where once patches of woodland hindered men, a prosperous seaside town now thrives. 'Twas here a man gifted foresight once lived. He used his gift to accomplish much good, though he died for it. He saved the lives of many with a sacrifice. A tragedy, yes, but one he embraced willingly. Aw, we get to go through the full story and just like see it all again. Aw. That self-same power doubtless revealed him altruism's ultimate reward. 'Tis said a thread of fate binds a man from birth, dictating the path he will walk. In blissful ignorance to carry on, living each day to the fullest. He had no such protection. He had to choose to accept his ordained destiny, and this he did. That does not make him a hero, then at the very least it makes him the best of men. Not to diminish the contributions and accomplishments of our resident champion Philotas. Well, I do remember how he rose to the occasion and donned the mantle of hero prophesized. I also remember his less than deferential tone towards you and I. Indeed, his manners are still somewhat lacking. The attitude notwithstanding, his faith and devotion cannot be quite. Aww. Oh, this is nice. I like this. I like that we get to go through each of the towns and see all the people again. And we get to see all of we get to see the story as it happened. So named for the ruddy lake that's now clear as blue as any other, a strange moniker given the current state of affairs. Home of Teddy, the adventurous young man given to wandering the wilderness alone. Though, of course, you and I must regard the moral faithful with equal care and consideration. That boy nevertheless has singular energy that set him apart from his brethren. Energy that resonated with Danielle and spurred her to come into her own. Glad the two of them formed such a strong bond. And when I see them laughing and playing, it warms my heart. Aww. I like that. I like that they're best friends. I love that. So is it going to follow the order I played in, or is it going to follow like the order that the bosses were in? Shining jewel of the desert, though it rings a bit odd, doesn't it, given how the people have tamed the land. As of how far they've come, where once an endless sea of sand threatened to swallow it all, the humans carved out a niche for themselves, which through hard work and dedication they then transformed into the sanctuary we see today. Without the desert with their soul trial, devious fiends as well, the devil working in the dark who sapped them with their faith in you of your divinity. What an irony that a self-professed unbeliever be the deliverer. World-weary Alonzo, savior of the cast endurance, denier of the Lord of Light. Though we saw through a charade at the end, didn't we? Submissive front to shield a wounded faith, yearning to be healed. Aw. I like this. This is a nice... I feel like this is a very nice way to end the game, too, because you get to see everything. Going to head to bed. Hope that you all have a good night. Thanks, sweetie, and thanks for coming by. And thank you so much for dropping the gift sub. That was very kind of you. Thank you. I hope you have a good night. Aw. The game's hitting its end, I think. Where the volcano towers overall and rivers of lava ever run, bold are the people who choose such a land for their home. Here you shed tears for a dying man, Master, a man worthy of remembrance. He was selfless beyond measure, saves people in the lashless soul of the imprisoned Migrani, pushed himself to his mortal limits. Every night since his passing, the erstwhile chieftain has offered prayers in his honor, and yours, Migrana, is, after all, a creature of duty and proud to serve as your hero in these lands. Aw. This is good. Today's been good. Rana of the Woods. Ah, very good day today. Even this humble patch of earth man strives tirelessly to make a home for himself. All the more tragic when they were seduced by the Dark Lord in the guise of a heretical faction, nearly lost us forever. In times of hardship, one struggles to stay strong. The temptation of an easier path is hard to resist. This weakness lies in the heart of all men. This incident was a stark reminder of what we must do our utmost to guide them unto grace. And that individuals like Shamal are needed to help bridge the gap between mortal and God. Though it vexes me still, I must recognize that several words ring more true in men's ears than my golden own. Ah. I like this as an end for the game, because getting to see everything again and seeing the sheer breadth of your accomplishment is very nice. This is nice. It is also funny that I kind of played it out of order, but the edge of the earth, the lands of North Wall, a blasted realm where one would never think to find man or his works. Yet here, men not only live but thrive, having overcome an unimaginable hardship to build this bastion of civilization. I said there's something that nags at me now. Taya said she sought shelter in a village but was driven away from those who lived there. But it was not your people's settlement. But before your faithful came to these frozen reaches, they had lain empty for centuries, not millennia. Taya may behave much like a child, but I wonder how old is she in truth. Well, that's far from her only mystery, curious enigma that she is. Done much to raise mortals up to greatness. Ah, much to their credit, they have worked hard and for themselves as well. If I may, Master Roy, may we pay a visit to your temple, see the people at worship. No one is here. Once throngs of faithful came to praise the Lord and seek their favor, their blessings, not a single soul. Bit by bit, their numbers dwindled as their fledgling settlement grew into something so much greater, as their need for us grew fainter. But when men have no need of gods, when they are content and free to forget, is that not proof of happiness achieved, of paradise on earth? Must be so. Don't you think that's right? Then let us ourselves pray that humanity never again have need of your salvation. May they be brave and strong enough to find their own way. Ah. And now we go back up to the top to heaven. We just go up. We ascend. Is that the end? Ah, it is. Actraiser Renaissance. Oh man. Well, we saw it to its end. Oh, that's nice. One more realm to visit after the credits. Ooh, okay, well, we'll do that then. We will visit it after the credits, but also I'm happy we got to see this game. We got to see the game to the credits at least, you know? Like, I am gonna go do this next realm just to see what it is, but I'm happy we got to see it to its credits. Nahamaha, thank you so much for bringing me here. Thank you for bringing me here. I feel like this is definitely a game I really needed to play. I really like this game. This is great. I think as a 2D platformer, this is a really good game, and I think that if this is what the original game was like a lot, if it was pretty close, comparable, I'm really surprised that more people weren't playing it. Like, I didn't hear about it earlier. Because this feels like this is a fantastic game. And for the Switch, as a Switch game, this is great. This is fantastic. I love this. Special mode has been unlocked. You may select this new mode from the title screen. Special mode. The ending theme and other BGM have been unlocked. You can listen to these via selecting music via the title screen. Okay. Interesting. I think they said that one was cut content from the original. Hey, Angel. Tanzra, the Lord of Dark, is no more, and peace reigns throughout the world. Safeguard and shepherd humanity must seek a greater power. Those indeed your words? That is well, but your children in all the realms of life have reached the pinnacle of their collective faith, I think. There's no land yet uncultivated and untouched by our glory. The whole creation has already been... I only think of this continent. There is another, yes, one which man has yet to set foot. Blessed as peace is, it can be distressingly dull. Let us go to this land and ascertain its potential. Oh, so I can actually just go... I can go... Whoa. Ooh. I see. Please tell me that it's not a whole section of game, is it? Is it just this area? Interesting. The people of this new land call her Alcalion. She is remarkable, as you can surely see, a vast fertile realm replete with natural resources. More importantly, we have yet to spy a single monster. Somehow this singular place eluded the attention of Tanzra and his minions, perhaps owing to its relative isolation. Surely humans must have become aware of her in the past, intrepid explorers that they are. Nevertheless, despite us possessing every desirable element, there's no evidence of past habitation. How very odd indeed. You're here now, and that is what matters. We must set about helping your children to build a home for themselves. Okay. Ooh. This is really cool, actually. It's cool that we have a new place to visit. I hope I didn't cut off the credits, but it did seem like they were very short. Just this big area. Oh, that's nice. Ah, that's cool. I like this. Let's take a look, shall we? Alcalion. Here we are. You know what? This is nice for the end of stream, though, because I feel like this is cool. Like getting a little area just to build up and stuff. Oh, it's this type of people again. This blessed paradise of Alcalion is truly more than we flawed creatures could ever deserve. Devote ourselves to cultivating this land. Your name strive to honor you and Lord indeed. Aw. I like this. This is nice. Make a new home for your children. I will. I think I have enough MP or SP to just clear everything out. Let's start with this area while everything builds up. I like this though. This is nice. This is cool. It's cool that they give you this weird little area to play with. It does make me wonder though what Master Roy, terrible news. Although we found no monsters when we searched all for reasons unknown, layers have suddenly appeared across Alcalion. Even this land of purity and plenty would be befouled by fiends in the end. Alright, well we can handle that. That's not too bad. Funny that there's just this whole area, we just have to handle it. I like this. Let's see. Crisscross. We'll start with the area up here first, and then I'll start moving downward. It's funny how it's cool. I think this is something that remakes should strive to do. I feel like of the standard that remakes should be, this is where it should be. Where you make the game faithful to the original, but if you can add this cut content and try to give players who are maybe new to the game, give them a reason to come and see this new version. I think by implementing cut content, that's a great way to do it. Because this is a really nice way to making this game more worth it by showing, oh, here's this area we didn't get to implement, but now here it is. Here's this special thing you can do because you beat the game. That's a nice post-game reward too, is just having like a new place to be. And probably for fans of the original, just the fact that, oh, it was going to be in the game and then it didn't make it, but now here it is. I feel like that'd be really cool. At least to me, right? It's also got an action stage. Oh, yeah. I'm going to be happy. That's going to be cool. We have to see that, then. Like, clearly, we have to see this. Oh, yep, yep. Frick, crack. Paddywhack. I'm looking forward to seeing that action stage, then, because this is going to be cool. Like, I already know it's going to be cool, and on top of that, it has something cool like that, so... I am curious though, is it going to have a hero, or is it going to be something like, oh, you choose like a hero at the top? I don't even... well, that's if you do the tower defense stuff. Hey, Hecko got second. Hey, very good. Hecko, we beat Tanzra. Now we found new lands. Now we have to tame them. Very good. You found something new. New place to be. Ow. Okay, I'm kind of curious. Is there a version of this music in the... Oh, that's nice. I like that. I need to look up the soundtrack and just see if I can put it on something and just listen to it over and over again, like the classic one. Defend this battlefield of Alcalion. We've decided to embark on an expedition to the monster lair. May this day and every day have to be blessed with your love and grace. Still unsure what to make of the lair's sudden appearance. There's nothing to suggest they were there before, hidden or otherwise. We've dealt with such hazards before. We need only wait for your chosen to lay bare the entrance and seal it forevermore. Ah, yes. So we're probably going to need to set up tower defense methods. We're going to need to set up the method. All right, let's do it. I did notice though that I've gotten much faster in games, like, and I think it's from the constant practice and learning new mechanics that I've gotten much faster. Because I noticed it yesterday with Eternal Darkness that I got much quicker about figuring things out. Oh, and it's the original battle music too. I still need to learn this for the guitar. I really want to learn this for the guitar. Oh ho ho. Ow. I could just do. Happy that worked. This definitely keeps me a lot safer. This feels like straight up when you come back to a train. This feels like when you level up to level 80 and you come back to a place that's like level 20. I'm absolutely crushing it right now. Ow. Won't get cocky though, because I feel like I absolutely could get crushed if I do that. Ugh. Ow. Ah, too much stuff going on screen. Ah. Okay, yep, I got cocky. Yeah, I got too cocky. That's my bad. I really did just... Oh, I beat Tanzra. You know, the thing that made you guys. You know, maybe you should know your place a little bit. I got a little too cocky. That's okay. You know what? If nothing else, it's good that I get humbled every now and then. I think my most recent successes in games definitely have proven to me that I can definitely let it get to my head at times. I think the aura is definitely working best for this. Oh, there we go. The aura ability is so good for this. Like, it's not the best ability in the game, but it's definitely really good. It's great for keeping the enemy away from you, which is, I think, the big point of it. Yeah, that does so much damage. There we go. Ooh. It's cool that they made it so that this game has post-game content through adding cut content. That's such a smart way to do it too. By adding in something like this where, oh, we're going to throw it in as a sort of, we're going to make it a, what the heck is going on here? It's nice that they made cut content into new content so that you can play it more. I like that. That's nice. So is there a new hero or? That was taking root in our minds. It's truly home to wicked servants of the Dark Lord. The orb we on Earth did not pulse with evil magic as one would expect. Rather, it invoked a feeling not dissimilar from which we feel when offering prayers to you in your temple. One of sanctity and peace. That could possibly not be so. The enemy was undeniably monstrous and intent upon doing us harm. Perhaps it was a misconception born of your recent miracle. I may, Master Roy. I do not think the mortal was mistaken. I do sense a similar quality in the relic, purity of sorts, but it's distinctly different from yours. Where you offer comfort and solace, it promised nothing of the sort. Interesting. It's cool that they make a story of it too. You know, like that. This is cool. Like they add stuff to it. This is a very interesting addition to the game. I like this. Okay, so I can make new fortifications, but do I have to? I'm actually a bit uncertain because I don't really know how that works in an area without a base hero. Oh, I saved him. That's good. I'm fascinated by how different, this breaks the format, and I like it. That's cool. It also is a funny departure, especially after we just beat Tanzra. It truly does show that a god's work is never done. I wonder how there's other group I play Magic the Gathering with. They're pretty religious, and I wonder how they would take a game like this, which kind of takes the iconography of like Christianity in this sense and kind of uses it for other imagery. Strange afoot in this land. The nature of this something remains a mystery to me. My conclusions derive solely from my angelic intuition. The Alkalinir have their hands full, simply trying to make a new life for this virgin frontier. Suppose we call upon those chosen by the shards of starlight. The hero prophesies to uncover the truth of this land. Well, what are we waiting for? Oh, he called them all here. Okay. Just thinking past time, you summoned me, and lo and behold, here we are. So many colors, no snow. I've never seen a place without snow before. So what exactly was it you wished us to do here again? Ah, so we have summoned everyone. I see. Get to the bottom of the mystery, I reckon. Mystery is the right word for it. Despite Angel Boy's assertions to the contrary, this land doesn't strike me as dangerous or foreboding. Indeed, there's a refreshing purity to the air. And everywhere I look, I see nature's splendor. It is for a black better word paradise. Can you feel it? Something comes this way. It's a fiend. With beauteous paradise dwells creatures of violence still. Aye, there's more to this land than plenty meets the eye. These fiends underestimate us at their peril. Might of heroes prophesized. Oh, this is sick. I really need to hang on. I need to build some defenses. Okay, let's see. I don't know where they're going to be coming from, actually, so I need to build accordingly. Oh, geez, what is this? Oh, God. What am I looking at with this? Okay, that is worrying. Okay, I can build 5 forts, too, so I'm gonna put one here because that's an easy spot to throw one. I haven't really done the roads this way, so I guess this will be good for now. Let's do blockhouses on here. Oh, I don't have the materials. Whoops. Though it might be good to scout ahead and see what we need to do, but kind of worrisome that we don't have we don't even have the means yet to handle this fight. Okay, let's see. I could at least connect this way, but we just need more stuff because this is weird. I'm not really sure what to do. I think it's funny though, because I never really thought about the other heroes interacting with each other like this. So it's kind of funny seeing them interacting like in like this, where they're all pulled together to deal with the problems. I don't know, it's just funny. Like, it's just funny to think about that. Let's see. We need more forts. You know what? Actually, I think I'm gonna try something a little bit silly. I'm gonna start this and see where they're coming from, so I can maybe get a here. So we immediately have all 3 heroes. That's good. Palisade, one here. Okay, let's see where they come from. Okay, they're coming from that way. Let's see which direction they go. Keep Taya here for now. Oh, geez, that's a big guy. What the heck? What the heck are these big guys doing here? Okay, so where else do they come from? Over here. Okay. Migrana, go deal with that, I guess. Okay, so they're coming towards the gatehouse. That's good. Okay, and Daniela, go here. Interesting that there's so many, like, this is interesting. This is a very different sort of... Okay, I'm just gonna see how well I can do without... Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna do that. Surrender. Okay. This feels like cheating, but I do know now that I can adjust accordingly now. So now knowing that I can basically figure out what I need for each battle. Okay, so they're coming from the south. Think I could handle part of the issue with the blockhouse. One of these down. These down. And one of these down. Oh, I'm out of materials. Can we upgrade? Nope. Okay. Interesting. Kind of fascinated by the fact that this is now more of a... Like I was saying earlier about tower defense games, how they become more about puzzles based on the complexity of the map. And this one is far more a you have to deal with what you're working with kind of thing, so... Okay. Now that we have more stuff, let's try that. Try it again. Alright. Restores HP of allied forts and... I kind of think that, as much as I like Shamal, I'm going to bring Taya for this because I think she's probably the best one for this particular fight. Okay, and now I'm going to put Daniela over here. And Migrana over here. Okay. Now we have what we need, sort of. Okay. I think this works. Maybe. I hope it works as I intend. Zappies. Just zap them. I wonder, though, how this was intended for the original game. Because the original game did have that whole idea of... It didn't have the tower defense aspect, so... It would have just been the action stage and maybe the resource management, so... That's a curious sort of thing to consider. Go, help out there. Okay, I am going to throw down a Bell of Beckoning over here and try and pull away the other ones. Because then the majority of the fighting will be happening with these two. There we go. And now I can kind of just stop him in place. Do one of these. This gives me some time to deal with this big guy first. There's a lot more coming. What the heck? Oh, no. That's not good. That's not good at all. Okay. I need to get rid of these guys. Can we maybe stop that? Okay, come over there. Okay, well, they're not coming from that side anymore, so we can move over here. Yeah, this is where complexity is. When I say that the complexity changes, this is what I mean, because, man. Yeah, the battle has definitely shifted. I have one more bell beckoning, which means I can distract them for a little bit longer, but... Migrana, please come over here. And Taya can come over here. Kind of okay with that, just want them to stop. At least a tiny bit. There we go. In the original, your level's directly tied to the population. Ah, I see. So by raising the population in all the areas, you end up with more people. I see. Okay, stop. Well, that actually worked. What the heck? Daniela, go this way. Migrana, do your thing. There we go. I imagine that there's like beyond the obvious and base differences. I'm just imagining that the way that this all works must have been so strange. Okay, that's not great. Okay, Daniela, go this way. Migrana's good. Taya, go over here, I guess. This is kind of getting into yikes territory. Okay, stop this guy, because I know that one getting in is not that big a deal to me, but the other three getting in is going to be dangerous. Why are there still so many coming through? Wait, stop. Okay, okay. Nope, they are going around. That's worrying. Taya, you need to go up here. Jeez. What just happened? All the gate. Oh, if all my gatehouses are destroyed too. Okay. No, I do not want to reattempt it because I am kinda in a bind now. Can't upgrade anything. You don't have the resources to build anything either. I think the towers are in okay places. Just we definitely need to. We need more defensive structures. So I need to max that out before I can really slow it down. Before I can really like start that. I'm fascinated and concerned. Let's see. So I can build another blockhouse. Which... I'm not very sure where that should go, but I think it should go here. Maybe here. Okay. Ow. So having the level made better, having the level higher would definitely be more important as for... Okay. Kinda need this to be squared away some. Maybe with higher population we might be able to solve this a little better, but it's difficult to say. Interesting that this is made more difficult by the... Actually, I would say it's almost more difficult by the amount of options you have, because you have to handle a lot, and you have so many options to handle everything, so... Kind of curious how you're supposed to figure this out. Okay, let me try that. Let me try that battle again. See if this goes better this time. Except these freaking skulls need to go away. Can you stop destroying that one dude's farm? Come on, man. He had to rebuild it twice now. They keep destroying this farm. I don't know why either. Alright, let's try that again, shall we? Search for answers. Let's try it again. I think making Faith more of a like a stat of its own is probably the best decision though. Okay, let's see. Maybe instead of Taya, just to keep things safer, maybe having Shamal would be a good idea. Either that or Philotas, so we have raised power. Yeah, let's do that. Fuck this farm in particular. Yeah, exactly. Just, yeah, this guy's farm, get rid of it. Get that out of here. Just get out with that. You do not get to have a farm. Old McDonald does not get to have a farm. EI, go bump off. Okay, let's see. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna have Phil go up here and join Daniela because I want to try and get rid of that big guy first. I think Magrana can handle everything else, but go up this way. Hey, no. Hey, what are you doing? Come back this way, you. None of you guys get to go anywhere else but where I want you to go, okay? Oh my goodness. Can you stop that? Okay, Phil, you are gonna go back here because we need defenses for that gatehouse. Go. And Daniela, go this way. Back up a little bit. Okay. Okay, I need to stop these guys because this is worrying. Ugh. These battles are tough though because of just how they're organized. It's just like, oh geez. Okay, good. Magrana's doing a fantastic job as always. She's my favorite, as per the norm. Okay, let's see. Bell of Beckoning. Probably just use this here just to pull them away from going to the gatehouse. Okay. These guys don't like wind for some reason. Okay, let's pull them closer. Okay, and Magrana just finished, so now we can send her up here. Actually, let's send her here. Alright, and Phil is good for now. So we can send him up here to handle the next group of guys. Daniela needs to go back up here so she doesn't die. Okay, I think I'm learning better how to handle this section, but man. These enemies are not giving me much wiggle room, so I don't have a whole lot of extra space to work in terms of what can go wrong. That's right. Daniela, back up just a tiny bit. Magrana, help me out here. Phil is good. Okay. Scariest thing about this fight, it seems to me, is that a lot of these enemies just have a lot of health, but then there's also just, they're coming from a lot of different angles, which is earnestly confusing. Okay, one of my gatehouses went down, so that's not fantastic. That ain't ideal. Phil, go defend the gatehouse with your life, because we need you to. Magrana, go! Okay. Ugh. At least things are working okay, but man. Things are going okay for now, but this is not ideal. Put this down just to slow that guy down in particular. Okay. Okay. Magrana needs to go here. Okay, and Daniela needs to go here because that gatehouse is about to go down and act. Dang it! Oh man. Okay, No, I don't. Okay, what? Why does this one in particular just keep going down? Okay, having the gatehouse here was good, but not important. Let me relocate this one. You know what? I'm gonna put it... Why can't I put it anywhere that's not... Okay, put it here. This is fine. Okay. You can't upgrade anything yet. Ah, man. I don't want to have to spend more time grinding because I don't think I need to, but man. Do not touch Farmer John's farm. Thank you. You absolute big nerds. Okay, well, they're not going for the same farm anymore, but they were thinking about it. They had the thought. They were worried about it. I appreciate, though, that this game is not holding my hand too much. Okay. I think now, having critically assessed the situation, maybe Shamal would be the best decision. Because that would mean that the... Well, see, the problem is that we need... Okay, actually, wait. If we boost how much damage they don't take, because Daniela's on and Migrana's on, we increase the speed of the archer towers, we should be okay. At least according to number theory, this should work. Whether or not that's true is yet to be seen, so... Okay, I'm gonna put a Bell of Beckoning here, but I'm gonna put a Palisade up here. And a Palisade... I think it was here. I know that they come up here, but that's not that big a deal. Viceroy declares first. Only 3 hours and 46 minutes late. Ah, yes, of course. I think the Hamaha actually claimed first, as I recall. Yep. At least you get to declare first of the hour. How about that? How's it going today, Viceroy? I appreciate this. I appreciate your presence, as usual. As per the norm. What am I doing? Let's see. Actually, wait. Let's just zap these two. Actually, with the Beckoning Bell there, I could probably put Danielle up a little bit so she can... Yeah, there we go. That works. So with the attack speed boost, we should be okay, but... Oh, jeez. Oh, wait, no. Taya's down there. That's fine. I was about to say, where is Taya, but we're good. Okay, wait. Actually, kind of want to use high effective magic here, so there we go. Miracles. You accept it? That's fair. I think it was a fair statement. Fair play. Let's see. Something like this, maybe. Okay. Need to watch the VOD from the end of Eternal Darkness last night. You know what's funny, Viceroy? The more I think about what happened in Eternal Darkness, the more I think I probably could have almost finished the game had I not gotten stopped at that point. I'm actually pretty certain that I could have finished the game or at least gotten very close, from what I understand of the game now. But yeah, Eternal Darkness was a fun time. It was very interesting. It was definitely an intriguing game, for sure. Let's see what I can do with this. Daniela, back up a tiny bit. Let's see. Pull this. I'm gonna do this so they don't move anymore. Go. Migrana needs to intercept. Lightning bolts. Lightning bolts. Ugh. Really, I thought it was much longer. See, the weird thing was that I think it was just because I was going very quickly. And because I wasn't really repeating a lot of stuff, I think that's why I was, like, pretty close. But that's because I was able to... In 4 hours, I did about 6 chapters. And from what I understand of the game, not that I know exactly what happens, I just know that there are 12 chapters. So finishing 6 out of 12 in one night is kind of crazy. Let's see. Migrana's there. Daniela's here. Taya can go here. I think I can handle these guys. I can try. Okay. Gotta throw palisades down. I think we're almost good. We're almost in the clear, but this is still worth. Oh, they landed a single hit, and that did that much damage, huh? Goodness. Okay. Hopefully this works out okay. There we go. Speedrunner over here. I think, well, and I think what happened was that, from what I'm understanding about when I watch, because I kind of thought about what I was doing in Eternal Darkness and thinking about what was happening, and I think I'm getting better at being able to rapidly understand a game's mechanics. Where basically, if I've gotten a lot quicker at figuring out a game when told what to do. And I think that because what is happening? Oh, there we go. I think it's just because the game itself, like once you finish something, it's done, and you don't have to worry too much. There are a few moments when a horde of hungry fiends comes to make our acquaintance. No one is harmed. That much is relief. I have to say, you're all so very, very strong. Modest for the child to speak as though her magic's not equally impressive. Like such I expect of any proclaimed chosen champion. Something wrong with these monsters, don't you think? Can I quite my foot guard? These plain, none of which like fast. So I have plenty of secrets. You were wise to call us hither. Right then, we've been summoned to form a task to carry out our Lord's will in accordance with our covenant. So my fellow bearers, Starlet, let's be about it. Investigate. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. But it's... I also think that, to some lesser extent, it might be because of how Eternal Darkness works, is that there's... If you understand the logic of the game, you understand pretty quickly how to get into places, but... I did learn something kind of important about Eternal Darkness by looking it up, is that there are certain spells that you just need to have to really handle the game, and they're only found through the experimentation, and I didn't know that. So, that's kind of weird. No, Farmer John's farm, well, that's Farmer Tom's farm. That's still, the heck. It is pretty interesting, though, to see the game at that speed, though, where I'm just like, oh, I know where to go. And most of that's just coming from an understanding of the game's mechanics less than any sort of foreknowledge. Though I did have to look up one thing because of I wasn't quite sure where to go with the next area, where the area we were in when we left off with Eternal Darkness, so I will have to take a look at it. I expected you to do. Alright, that's spirit. Allow me to join in the holy work. I regret back in Fillmore, I was not always so eager. I'll thank my Lord and their angel not to remind me of it too often. First step is take a dozen more. Walk the land, take its measure firsthand. But yeah, I think once you come to grasp with the game's logic, I think that lends itself better to you being able to more quickly assess a game and go through it. And it's not like speedrunning, it's more just you become more efficient, but speedrunning is really good. I would like to learn speedrunning somewhere. Ooh, raid request, oh boy. I will put the name down. I will hopefully I won't be too late this time, because I hope that's not the case, because it would be very awkward if I was late again. Okay, let me... Okay. Give me the name and I will write it down. Also, we have another... Yeah, this area here to go into. Oh, send... Okay, interesting. We'll just spam this a couple times. Okay, let me pause really quick so I can write this down. Quality underscore individual. I see. Okay. I will do my best to be there on time. Ah! Ow. Oh, I went down. Ah! Alright. I have not met this person yet. It's funny how often I get introduced to new people whenever I have with this raid request system. At this point, I'm just trying to be the first Just Next series game. Ah, I see. I am curious, Viceroy. What are you hoping to request with that? I guess I'm curious. I am actually quite curious. Hit him! Oh, I got pushed away because of the... Ah! It is always funny because I feel like that through this system, I will inevitably play most of, if not all of the most popular series because somebody will request it at some point. Got a couple of mine. The Batman Arkham series is really good, but very time consuming, so I'll pick something that's a little time front. Viceroy. I'm gonna be real with you. If you request the Arkham series, I'm not gonna say no. What do you mean time consuming? I know Arkham Asylum like the back of my hand. That would not be very time consuming because I know that game. If you're asking for 100% maybe, but going credits to like you know, cover to cover, no, that's not that hard at all. That would not be hard. Arkham City might like if you want 100%, maybe a little tough. But if you just want me to play them, talk about them, you know, gush about the series. Well, yeah, the time to beat is much longer than other games you have played. Viceroy, you'd be surprised how actually fast I've beaten Arkham Asylum before. You would be surprised. Because that is one thing that is important. Foreknowledge. With foreknowledge and prep time, I can kind of make that game, like, especially Arkham Asylum, because that's the one I'm the most familiar with. I've already played them. I've got others I can think of. Well, see, Viceroy, but if you want me to play them, that is still good though, because I would still honor it, because I would still love to play it, because especially Arkham Asylum, like, because there's so much I can talk about with it, especially in regards to the history of video games, especially superhero video games. Like Granger observed before, there's nothing to suggest man has ever lived here before. For a land with such a veritable creative life, for such a place to have not once known the presence of man is an impossibility in the extreme. You know, it appears to be the case. But that no one found this place before we did. That truth brings false mayor. Nay, there's a deeper mystery secret hidden at the heart of this realm. But if you want to think... But I would say that I would not say no to the Arkham series. I'm telling you that right now. Like, if you want me to do that, I definitely would. But if you're concerned, like, oh, you want me to play new things, then that's nice. That's nice that you're thinking about that stuff, but... Replaying a series, especially with the experience I have now, would also be a fun time. Okay, so first thing we need to do, because we need to blow up all these houses. Start from scratch. There we go. What genre would you say you enjoy the most? Probably, I would definitely say that of the genres, I am like RPGs of most any kind, I think are up there for me. I think the only games that I'm like not ardent like I need to play these all the time is first person shooters, but there are also exceptions to that rule, such with like Borderlands, I would say Halo is one of the ones that is an exception, but I would definitely be playing it for its single player campaign and like, you know, PvE material, not for any sort of multiplayer, you know, stuff. And that's, I think multiplayer shooters of any kind are definitely stuff that I just don't deal with. Let's see. We gotta go up here. And there's a couple of genre. I think the only other genre is like sports games that aren't very specifically also like stuff like I would say stuff like maybe like Rocket League would be considered this is a sports game that I can get behind because it's more of it has more of a gamey flair. Like it's not like just playing a sport like stuff. Your chosen chains make ready to meet them in the field as well. Danielle, we trust you will ensure the people's survival. I am, however, puzzled by this turn of events. What has spurred the monsters to come together en masse? I've been wondering that myself. I cannot know what I'm requesting next. Oh yeah, no, Hamaha? I am curious. I am curious now. Like, and mind you, if I ever say that, oh, I have played that before, that doesn't mean that, oh, you don't need to request it, because Jet Force Gemini, ooh, I don't think I've played that. Let me think. No, I haven't. No. Intriguing. But even if it's something I have played before, it's still a good opportunity for me to re-explore that game, especially through the lens of trying to analyze it, right? Like, I try to at least analyze the games to an extent and try to give my, you know, oh, here's what I know about the game design behind it. I think a lot of the design aspects is stuff that's harder to explain. Like what about the gameplay would be influenced by other stuff, and what about it's good? Because a lot of it's subjective, right? But I think that from my experience, the thing that I've learned is that there's a lot to talk about with every game, so getting to revisit a game that maybe I really like and revisiting it with the lens of, hey, do I know what I'm talking about? Incoming game request, my friend Peppa Pig. You know that if I get requested it for a Sunday, I can't say no, because it is on Xbox Game Pass. I can't really be like, oh yeah, I can't play it. Oh, whoops, I can't get it. The worst thing is that it's on Game Pass, so I can't even say like, oh, I can't even get it. You know, it's like, because that is one limitation to the system that I've been put in place, is that if I can't physically or digitally get a hold of it, then, you know, I can't play it. But if it's something that I can get a hand on, like it's on, oh, this is gold. It's either the Arkham series or you're going to use for Sundays and force me to play my friend Peppa Pig. It's one of the two, which apparently the points to blow for that. Oh my goodness. I will say that for October, I will be trying to stick to horror games besides Actraiser, so note that it might get pushed to, well, I wouldn't. I will say, Viceroy, depending on when April Fool's falls next year, it would make me laugh. I will say that much. You don't have to take it as like a serious, you have to do it, but it would be funny. It would be very funny. I'm just trying to imagine somebody seeing my channel for the first time and they're like, oh, this game designer guy, I wonder what he's playing. And it's just, oh yeah, I'm playing my friend Peppa Pig. And I'm like, yeah, see, here's how this game is designed. And it's like, why is he playing this? What are you doing? It's like, you know, some days you just gotta play a show about this weird pig. I don't think I ever saw that show anyway. There's a number of children's shows that I just never caught the ride on, because I grew out of them. Game designer ODaM plays my friend Peppa Pig. You know, one of the One of the best games on Xbox Game Pass, of course. I'm kind of wondering... See, the only downside I'm having right now is that I don't think I can finish this area in... It would take me like 30 minutes, you know? Ooh, get an update. So, this week I kind of ran low on work, but because I was prepping for other things, I have some stuff house-wise that I have to handle. But game is coming at pace. I think that next week will be mostly... The work I do end up doing will probably be enemy-focused, so... Fingers crossed, I'll be able to get a lot done. And I need hydration time. Ooh. It reminded me, though, I haven't had water in a while. Ooh, okay. There we go. Thank you. Let's see. Game design facts. So, for many who play games, I don't think they recognize the most base form of the game, which is that video games, in a sense, are logic machines that are based on states, where you're always constantly checking what state the game is in. So as the game is changing, it's always checking the variables and running through everything that exists. And by doing so, you end up with a system where you have objects in the game. Use Chronicles? Oh boy. And every time something changes, I'm trying to think of something I haven't played that fits in the RPG genre that you would enjoy. That's a good point. But when you change the state of a creature, it's usually based on external factors like checking collisions. You're always checking. So the more complex a game is, it's generally referring to how complex the state machine is. Because some games really get complex with it. And even the most simple of games like chess, you have a lot of states to check because every piece has its own states to worry about. Oh, geez. Who do I take with this one? No, we want Migrana. Let's put her here for now. Yeah, let's see where they're coming from. But... And how you program it can be very subjective. I think one of the hardest things for any aspiring game designer to come to terms with, at least in my opinion, is coming to terms with the fact that not everyone will work the same way. Every company I got an idea for, but you likely have played it. I am curious now, though. I am very curious what game you came to. Oh, geez. Okay. Hold the two together. Okay, there we go. Now that these two are here. Wait, why are there two? What the heck is this? Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen? I actually have never played Dragon's Dogma. Just as a series, I've never played it. Shamal needs to... I think I need to just pull these guys... I need to pull these guys around. Pull you over here. I actually have never played Dragon's Dogma. Any of them, actually. I think I tried Inquisition back when it was new. But that's a solid maybe, because I actually have no idea. Don't think it's a series, just single game. Well, I mean, still, Dragon's Dogma, I've never touched it. I do know that there are other games called Dragon's Dogma, though, so... But yeah. But when you look at... I think, like, looking at games like Health... I think it's also... A lot of games are written in object-oriented languages, so you always have a lot of... I'm gonna box these guys in, because I don't want to deal with these nerds. Man, this guy is... Why is this guy so difficult? Okay, this is getting surprisingly more complex, I'm being honest. You think of Dragon Age Inquisition? Oh, Dragon Inquisition. Yeah, no, I'm thinking of Dragon Age. You're right. Then no, I still haven't played Dragon's Dogma because I don't think I've ever played Dragon's Dogma either. Let's see. And Daniela needs back up a little bit because she's taking a lot of damage. Actually, wait. Do this. And then do some of this. There we go. Got us on the game that I personally enjoyed. Well, lay it on me. I'm curious. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Manual Samuel. Oh, I don't think I've played that one either. There are a great number of games where it's just it's either through circumstance or through what I've it's weird what games I did and didn't miss. Honestly, I'm not really sure why certain games I missed and other games I didn't, you know? Where it's like, okay, well, what reasoning do I have? And it's like, well, I don't know, I just didn't get around to it. It's a really short game. I remember when was it? I remember at one point, Devil Flurry said that the pedestrian was too short for a stream, but honestly, I don't know. It's like, I don't think that the length of a game determines whether or not it's good for streaming or not. Because to me, it's like, oh, it's more fun when I get to just try out new things, so trying these kind of games out would be a lot of fun. Let's see. We are kind of in trouble. Yeah, they destroyed our stuff. That's not great. They knocked over my ball pit. That's not good. Okay, dude. I think Danielle's about to go down, so I need to move her out of there. Move. Shamal also needs to move. Okay, you two need to... Oh, brother, what am I gonna do? Okay, do something like this. Pull the two further back. Pull the two further back. Ah! Play Ring Around the Rosie some. Okay, just keep going. Ah! Okay, good. Okay, we're good. We're good. We got health. Oh my goodness. I'm getting scared here because there are too many enemies here. It's more of a meme game. It'd be fun though. It would be more fun though. I think those kind of games are more fun because you just get to have some goofy fun and just enjoy yourself some. Let's see. What can I do? Danielle went down. Nuts. Okay. I'm trying. I think I'm also trying to rush this a little because I'm trying to. I feel like to some extent I'm just trying to see this to its natural conclusion, but let's see. I don't think Migrana was the best pick, so let's pick Taya this time. Taya down. Okay, the gelatinous thing came from this side, so I'll set up first to deal with it and try to kill it quick. I think that was a good strategy, maybe. You got a Sunday game for this Sunday, right? Yes, I do. I chose Inside because I thought that'd be an interesting sort of game. More on the existential side of horror than other games I've played. And I thought it'd be an interesting pick, so. Okay, what the heck are you guys doing? Okay, that did not do as much as I hoped. Okay. I'll buzz off in particular then. There we go. Had to do a small bit of grinding for this place. When is Alien Isolation? Yeah, I feel like this is gonna be a place I need to grind a little bit for. Okay. Well, and it's like I want to show this part off on stream, but it's also like it's late and I don't want to. Trying to think of how to do this properly. I am wondering though if I have to. I might have to do some stuff off stream, and I might have to do something off stream, but I kind of don't want to if I don't have to. But making me wonder, if I'm being honest. Definitely feels like a place that you'd have to grind to be able to finish up fully. So I don't want to. Kind of making me go. I don't want to stop here, but I'm also. There we go. That's one down. Final party comes. Youth. Okay, let me at least see this to its end, and then we'll. I might. Oh, so Alien Isolation. Let me go back. Okay, Alien Isolation might it. Unless I'm mistaken, it. I might be so it might be. I'm uncertain because on the one hand, I'm trying to figure out where it fits because Scorn comes out the 14th now, and that would take my Sunday or my Thursday, which next week will be Friday, which is kind of bizarre to say it like that, but yeah. I'm gonna put Taya over here because we need to deal with those enemies. And I need to throw down some big lightning and help out some. Actually, Taya needs to go here, and Danielle needs to go up here. There we go. This is risky. I will say that Alien Isolation might be on the back half of the month if I'm going to be able to get to it, but that's mostly due to the nature of both that game and also the... Honestly, also just with where Eternal Darkness is and with Scorn. I was kind of hoping that Alien Isolation would at least get started before them, but... I'm kind of wondering if I might be making all three... I might have to push Alien Isolation back some, but I'm uncertain. Okay, we need to deal with this nerd. As much as I can. There we go. Oh, for... Okay, hopefully we can finish this. I want to at least finish this battle up. I don't want to finish this area off stream, but that might be what we do. Okay, can we... This nerd really needs to quit it. You are getting pulled back this way. And you're gonna stay here. Stay there for a moment while I grab some supplies. Kind of hope that we can make this work, but Nahamaha, is that person you wanted me to raid still online? Because I hope I didn't miss them by accidentally going over time. I hope that's not the case. But yes, I have had some. I feel like I have a history now. I'm like, we're gonna raid out, and then I am a fool because I now go over time, of course. You see, you're in defense. So you have faith in you. What did the other matter? It seems the fiends that play this land all share the self-same magic. Terrifyingly powerful one at that. More potent than we have any previously encountered in our respective homelands. I do not think it's a magic inherent to these creatures, right? It feels as though they are infused with it. They came from without and alter their very nature. I think I understand what she's getting at. I believe there's an entity hidden somewhere that is manipulating these monsters by way of magic. The sudden appearance in a land previously bereft would be therefore be the work of this mastermind. Okay. Yes. Okay, good. So we'll... Alright, so what I might end up having to do for the sake of streaming and for this game... Ah. I see. We expect... Okay. Alonzo went to go listen to the beach. Of course he did. Okay, where's the... Ow. Okay, so I'm gonna save here then. I think what I may have to do, just for the sake of keeping things together and making sure that things are coherent, what I will do to try and maybe do something... Oh, hey, Jazz, how's it going today? I think what I may have to do, so I can finish this area on stream, but also maybe be able to get so properly. I think... It's going well. How are you? I'm doing good. We're about to raid out. I'm hoping that we can be there in time. But I do think that if I... Because I want this... I want to make sure that this area is on the record. So I will probably do something for it on my own time. I'll probably do it this weekend. So we'll have to see. But of course, that may very well depend. No, don't worry though, Jazz. Also, it's late for me. I feel like every time I get past 11, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm not going to get much sleep. But we'll see. Let me make sure that that's muted. Am I good? Yes. But the important thing is that we all got to hang out today. Relatively late for me, I suppose. Yeah, it's like, for me, 11 o'clock is like, oh geez, I'm always pushing it when I get here, but... So what I might do is, so that I can... finish this game properly, is I'll probably put up some... I'll probably do something and put it up on... And I might do a... Maybe I'll do an extra stream on Sunday. I don't know. That, you know, graciously, I do have... The day is mine, so I might plan something. Either that or I'll throw in... I might have to throw in an extra stream somewhere, but I'm uncertain. I could... Well, what I might end up doing then, if I'm thinking about it, is... doing something on Sunday Fun Day stream, maybe. At the very least, it would be something where I'd probably do one stream for Actraiser, finish the Actraiser stream, give myself like a 30-minute buffer, maybe, or maybe like a few hours, maybe, and then. But it might depend. It might depend, and I'll have to think about it hard and plan it. But we'll see. I would at least like, no matter what, I would like to finish this section of the game. I would like to finish this section of the game, upload the recording on YouTube. I might do that as well, because that might be easier, and it might just, it'll be less stressful for me, so I'll probably do it that way, but we'll see. But either way, I'll probably do it that way. I think uploading and recording would be much easier on me, because it would be a lot less stressful, because then it's just playing the game and finishing it up, and I'll be able to have my own fun with it, so I will do that. But Sunday will still be good. And then the next week, Thursday will be not happening, because it'll be a Friday stream, so we can play Scorn the first day it comes out. Thank you for reminding me to drink more water. It's time to raid out. Thankfully, we finished the main game of Actraiser, and I'm very happy for it. So... next week, we start a lot of new things. So thank you all for coming by. And thank you all for getting to be here. Now, whenever I see you next, goodbye for now. Let's see. Now we get to raid. Quality_individual. I see. We shall raid. What is this worst stuff I see on my screen? I am prepared. All right. Goodbye for now.